Imagine the last few minutes of a quiet pizzeria at closing time. The lights dim one row at a time. Neon posters fade into soft silhouettes on the walls. The kitchen doors swing once, then settle. Overhead, the fans keep humming, steady and low, as if they're the only ones still awake to remember everything that happened in the quiet hours between opening and close. Chairs are turned upside down on tables. A forgotten cup of soda sweats onto cheap laminate. On stage, plastic eyes stare out over an empty dining room, their painted smiles frozen while the spotlights click off, until only the faint glow of emergency bulbs traces their outlines in the shadows. It feels like the end of another ordinary day, the kind of night that should leave no mark on history at all. But history did not begin here the way it might have, and it could have gone another way. Tonight, we're drifting slowly into that other version of events. A different beginning, a different choice. We follow the same timeline, from Fredbear's first experiments to the towering pizzaplex. But we step by step into a world where, from the very first incident, Fazbear Entertainment does something radical for a company built on smiling mascots and stage lights. It tells the truth. No shredded maintenance logs quietly disappearing after a spring lock failure. No missing camera footage when a child vanishes near a yellow rabbit suit. No frightened employees pulled into back rooms and reminded about their non-disclosure agreements instead of their consciences. In this reimagined history, every malfunction becomes a written report. Every strange behavior is documented. Every complaint is filed and kept. But the haunted shadows are still there. But they live alongside paper trails and case numbers. We gently set the canon world to one side for a while. That familiar landscape of hidden newspaper clippings, redacted memos, and smiling press releases that insist everything is fine. In its place, we walk through an alternate legacy of press conferences where executives stand under harsh lights and admit fault, of safety recalls announced before rumors can grow, of police investigations welcomed instead of delayed. Picture the missing children incident, not as a whispered legend on message boards, but as a headline that never leaves the front page. As we move through this story, we'll let the tale wash over you like a slow, measured recounting of quiet tragedies made public. From the first bite to the final digital echoes of the mimic, and we will follow the same restless spirits and the same tangled web of choices. But we will ask how each haunting shifts when everyone is watching, when parents are warned, when regulators read every line. Honesty does not erase horror. It only changes its shape, pulling fear out of rumor and into the cold language of reports, testimonies, and signed confessions. And in that cold light, a single maintenance note, a single security log, a single confession spoken into a microphone might echo longer and cut deeper than any lonely scream in an empty hallway ever could. Rewriting the rules, a world where corporations don't hide. So when we say that, in this version of events, Fazbear Entertainment tells the truth from day one. We are not talking about a sudden attack of conscience in a dark office at midnight, and we are talking about something quieter and stranger. We are talking about a company that, from its first signed lease and its first smiling mascot, agrees to live under a constant, unblinking light. In practical terms, that means every incident becomes a document instead of a rumor. A child trips near a stage and scrapes a knee, and an incident report is filed, time-stamped, and signed. An animatronic's jaw closes a fraction too hard during a birthday photo, and the security footage is preserved, labeled, and duplicated, not taped over. A maintenance worker notices a strange odor in the walls, and the note does not vanish into haunted shadows. It becomes a line in a log, attached to a work order, attached to a deadline. Step by step, the background noise of corporate life moves to the foreground, and safety audits are no longer a yearly inconvenience, but a recurring presence, drifting slowly through boardrooms and backrooms alike. Third-party inspectors walk the halls with clipboards and quiet eyes, while legal advisors sit in on design meetings, reminding engineers that every bolt and every line of code may one day be read aloud in court. They are not heroes and not villains. They are simply there, gently influencing every choice, turning each risky idea into a paragraph of liability. In this timeline, every animatronic malfunction is captured in triplicate. A servo twitches at midnight. A character model freezes and stares too long at an innocent child. A hand raises on its own during a show. Each becomes a ticket in a system, not a whispered story traded by night guards in the quiet hours. Complaints from parents are notes from managers. Even a janitor's offhand remark about cold spots in party room 3. All of it is preserved. The tangled web of rumors that once lived only in frightened memories is replaced by folders, emails, and backups. Inside the company, whistleblowers still exist, but they are not shouting into a void. A technician sends an email about unexplained pathfinding, about animatronics that seem to seek children instead of stages, and the message is archived, not deleted. A night guard writes a memo about footsteps in empty halls, about restless spirits that feel too real to dismiss, and the memo is acknowledged, routed, replied to. Their warnings do not stop the tragedy. They simply leave a clearer trail back to it. Our narrative will follow that trail in order. We will move chronologically, watching how each confession and each carefully worded press release ripples outward into lawsuits, late-night news segments, and nervous parents standing in parking lots, wondering whether to go inside. This is still a horror story, but it is a horror of paper cuts instead of knife wounds, of depositions and televised apologies instead of purely hidden sins. The fear does not vanish. It just wears a tie and speaks in legal terms. And before we reach the famous missing children incident, before the headlines and the protests, we have to go back to where this documented history begins. A small stage, a new sign, and the first day Fredbear's Family Diner opens its doors under a more watchful world. Fredbear's under the spotlight, an honest little diner. So we step through those doors together, into a place that feels small enough to be harmless and important enough to anchor an entire history. Fredbear's Family Diner is not glamorous. The air is thick with the smell of cheap pizza cheese and reheated sauce, with a faint undertone of cleaning chemicals that never quite leaves the tiled floor. Old speakers hum quietly overhead, leaking a soft buzz even when the jingle isn't playing. And by the back door, next to a rack of aprons, a clipboard of safety checklists hangs like a second, more watchful mascot. On the surface, it is the same little stage we know. Yellow bear, rabbit partner, checked tablecloths, children drifting slowly between arcade cabinets and plastic prize shelves. But behind that simple charm, the partnership that built this place has shifted. Henry Emily still sketches characters on napkins and still dreams of gentle, family-friendly shows, while across the table from him sit investors who insist on insurance policies, fire inspections, and liability coverage before a single slice is sold. The ink on the lease dries only after the ink on the safety contracts, and the tangled web of clauses and signatures becomes part of the diner's very bones. animatronics themselves, primitive as they are, do not simply exist. They are logged. Each morning, a technician initials a maintenance sheet, jaw movement checked, servos tested, wiring secured. Each night, another hand signs off, noting any flicker in the lights, any stutter in the audio track, any panel that seemed warmer than it should. When a child tugs too hard on Fredbear's hand and the arm locks for a moment, an incident form is filled out. And when a parent writes on a feedback card that the stage edge feels like a tripping hazard, that card is read, discussed, and quietly filed into a growing folder of small concerns. In this version of the timeline, the quiet tragedies do not begin with missing posters. They begin with paperwork. A pinched finger near a moving jaw. A server slipping on a wet patch by the soda machine. A brief dimming of the lights that makes the room fall into haunted shadows for 3 unsettling seconds. All of it is documented and reported to local regulators. Inspectors walk the narrow halls, tapping at outlets, measuring emergency exits, leaving behind checkmarks and warnings. A paper trail forms long before any major tragedy. A history written in ink rather than in whispers. And William Afton moves through this environment like a man walking under low ceilings. He still has ideas, still feels that restless pull toward experiments with suits and spring mechanisms. But now there are safety officers looking over his designs, investors who threaten funding cuts if anything looks suspicious, contracts that outline exactly what happens if a child is harmed. His cruelty does not vanish. It learns to live under observation, delayed, complicated, forced into the quiet hours when logs must be balanced and cameras reviewed. And yet, even here, we can feel something uneasy breathing beneath the rules. There are storage closets where the light switch is stiff. Records misfiled in boxes no one opens. Moments when an electrical flicker is written off as a quirk because the inspector has already gone home. One day, the first serious incident will arrive, and when it does, we will see whether all this honesty can truly hold back the darkness, or whether it merely gives it a clearer reflection to stare out from, step by step, as the story deepens. The first fractures. Early incidents that don't disappear, and almost immediately, we begin to see the first fractures, not as headlines or panicked rumors, but as small, carefully documented hesitations in the machinery of this new honesty. It starts with things that, in another timeline, would have been brushed away as quirks of a crowded restaurant, yet here they linger on paper, drifting slowly from shift to shift. One afternoon, an employee notes that Fredbear's jaw closes a little too fast during the closing song, teeth clacking together with a sharp, unfriendly snap inches from an innocent child's fingers. No one is hurt. The child laughs it off, but the floor manager still reaches for the incident log, writes the time, the table number, the name of the performer on duty, and staples a grainy Polaroid beside it, the flash washing the mascot smile into something a little more strained, a little more haunted. On another night, during the quiet hours between birthday parties, a servo in Spring Bonnie's arm twitches without command, nearly knocking a toddler off balance as he toddles past for a picture. A technician is called, the animatronic is powered down, and again the notebook appears, lines filled with slow, deliberate handwriting, noting the exact frame on the security tape where the arm jerks, cross-referenced with a VHS label and a maintenance ticket. And these are quiet tragedies that never quite become tragedies, preserved in ink and flickering analog footage. Even the costumes themselves begin to earn entries. A suit comes back from a show smelling faintly metallic, not of grease or oil, but of something thinner, sharper, wrong in a way no one can quite name. The attendant writes that down too, along with the cleaning agents used, the locker number, the employee signature. Step by step, a tangled web of little concerns stretches across clipboards, file cabinets, and early computer terminals. Parents, already primed by Fazbear's promises of transparency, start to complain in measured, uneasy tones that the mascots sometimes stare too long, heads tracking particular children with uncanny precision, eyes staying fixed even when the music changes. In response, and the company brings in outside consultants to review the early AI routines, to sit in dim back rooms watching tapes of Freddy's head turning just a fraction of a second before a child moves. Reports are drafted, noting that the pattern recognition subroutines may be overfitting to certain gestures, that the behavior trees feel a touch too attentive. Those reports do not vanish. They become memos, then emails, then technical briefs quietly questioning whether the underlying design philosophy is pushing these characters towards something more predatory than playful. Legal departments receive copies, highlight phrases like potential risk and unpredictable targeting, and file them in thick folders marked with dates and case numbers, worried less about ghosts than about liability, yet still adding to this growing archive of haunted shadows. In years to come, investigators, journalists, and surviving family members will sit beneath buzzing fluorescent lights and pull these early documents from boxes, tracing the history of restless spirits backward through timestamps and tape labels, searching for the first moment when something on the stage seemed to look back. For now, though, the real test of Fazbear's new honesty still lies ahead, waiting for the night when a glitch will not be the worst thing that happens, when a life will be taken, and when it does, the cameras will already be rolling, and the reports will already be waiting, ready to catch the first true tragedy as it steps into the frame. As we move forward, let the tale wash over you, because the next entry in this timeline will not be a near miss, but a point of no return. The bite reimagined, when a tragedy is caught and confessed. And so, the night we have been circling finally arrives, not as a rumor whispered years later, but as a date stamped clearly in the record, a point of no return with a time code and a file name. We drift from abstract warnings into a single, crowded birthday party, preserved forever in grainy footage and careful handwriting. It is a bright afternoon inside Fredbear's, though the ceiling lights flicker every so often, casting gentle shadows over paper plates and party hats. Children weave between tables and stage, running beneath the heavy, smiling heads of the animatronics, while parents linger at the edges with tired, content eyes. On the walls, security cameras watch from their corners, lenses smudged, resolution poor, but always recording, capturing the laughter and the restless movement, the quiet tragedies that no one yet recognizes as the beginning of a legacy. Step by step, we follow the minutes that lead to the bite. A group of older kids gathers around one small, anxious boy, the crying child of this timeline, lifted in rough celebration toward Fredbear's open jaw. The animatronic servos whine as its mouth cycles through its routine. Teeth meant only to clap in time with a song. Then there is a fault in the system, a misread input, a malfunctioning jaw that does not know when to stop. The boy is raised too high. There is a sudden, irreversible impact. No gore, no lingering description, only a terrible stillness as music cuts off mid-note and the room freezes around a single broken sound. In this version of events, chaos does not erase procedure. Staff rush forward, not to hide, but to help. Someone calls emergency services within seconds, reading calmly from a prepared script while their hands shake. Managers clear parents and children away, securing the scene with practiced motions, drawing a fragile circle of order around the fallen child. In a back office, one guard is told, very clearly, to back up every second of security footage, to label it, to lock it, to make sure nothing is lost to the haunted shadows of convenience. Out of this, the first major incident report in Fazbear history is born, not as a half-finished form, but as a thick, deliberate document. It lists the child's name, the exact time of the bite, the model and maintenance history of Fredbear, every prior complaint about jaw stiffness or delayed response. Witness statements are taken from parents, from partygoers, and from the brother who had been part of the cruel game, his guilt captured in halting sentences and tearful pauses. Copies are sent to regulators, to insurers, to lawyers who read the words slowly and understand that this will not fade quietly. For the Afton family, the tragedy is no longer something that can be buried inside a private grief. William stands as both father and company man, answering investigators' questions while knowing that every response ties his name, and Fazbear's, to an innocent child suffering in official history. His wife moves through hospitals and interviews in a dreamlike state, repeating timelines to strangers. The brother, once just a bully in a mask, becomes a figure in a transcript, his remorse preserved, his role in this tangled web of events no longer deniable. Outside, the world reacts. Local news runs cautious segments, showing blurred stills of the animatronic and the taped-off party room, asking whether mechanical mascots are safe for children. Editorials debate the future of animatronic entertainment, quoting Fazbear's early, carefully worded statement that acknowledges fault, promises cooperation, and vows reforms. The cameras that might have gone missing instead feed this conversation, their existence a quiet assurance that this time, nothing is being hidden. Fazbear responds with pledges of upgrades, new safety interlocks, stricter supervision, and for a moment it seems as though transparency might be enough to calm the restless spirits of public outrage. Yet, in a dim storage room, away from the bright dining area, Fredbear is not destroyed. He is powered down, tagged and shelved, his metal frame covered with a tarp, his incident file clipped to his chassis like a nameplate. There he waits in the quiet hours, a restless relic with a documented past, proving that even in a world of confession and reports, some tragedies are only sleeping, drifting slowly toward the next chapter of this haunted timeline. Legal shadows, lawsuits, settlements, and a reputation stained early. From that storage room where Fredbear waits under his tarp, the story does not leap forward with jump scares or headlines. Instead, it sinks into the slow, procedural world that always follows a public tragedy, the quiet hours of law and paperwork, where people speak softly and write everything down. We move from flashing lights to fluorescent bulbs, from the chaos of the bite to conference rooms with blinds half drawn, pitchers of water sweating on the table, and lawyers arranging thick folders with practiced, almost ritual calm. In this transparent timeline, the victim's family does not have to fight for basic facts, because Fazbear Entertainment has already admitted that something went terribly wrong that day. Their attorneys file suit for negligence and breach of duty of care, and when the depositions begin, we see it all laid out. Maintenance logs showing overdue part replacements, incident reports that mention unusual jaw stiffness, emails where a supervisor worries about inadequate staffing on busy weekends. Step by step, the company concedes what it cannot reasonably deny: maintenance oversights, inadequate supervision, design flaws that turned an innocent birthday into a quiet tragedy. The settlement talks unfold, drifting slowly across months, behind doors marked mediation in progress, where voices rarely rise above a careful murmur. The eventual agreement carries a confidential payment, sealed by non-disclosure clauses that everyone pretends not to notice. But it also carries teeth: mandated safety upgrades to every animatronic, revised supervision ratios, emergency stop systems, and court-ordered monitoring that requires Fazbear to document each change to its mechanical systems and safety policies. From that point in the timeline, every new servo, every software patch, every behavior profile must be logged, signed, and ready to be shown to a judge. Outside those rooms, the impact spreads slowly but deeply. Parents pass newspaper clippings across kitchen tables. A local talk shows debate whether any chain with a history like this deserves another chance, and schoolyard whispers turn into a kind of urban legend: the place with the singing bear that once hurt someone badly. A generation of children grows up with that story humming in the background, a haunted shadow at the edge of every commercial jingle, shaping Fazbear's legacy long before the restless spirits arrive. Insurance companies and regulators, once content with cursory inspections, begin to watch more closely. Underwriters demand quarterly incident reports, detailed maintenance logs, and summaries of any AI behavior anomalies, turning the company's internal workings into a semi-public record that auditors, journalists, and worried parents can trace. Regulators schedule surprise visits. Compliance officers walk the halls with clipboards, uncounting fire exits and camera angles, writing notes in the margins like quiet judges of the future. Yet this pressure, for all its weight, does not truly purge danger from the building. It merely changes its language and its hiding places. Ambitious projects are wrapped in more careful proposals. Experimental features are moved to off-site facilities, and research that once might have lived in open memos now slips into side folders as courts argue over mechanical failure and human error. No one in those rooms has the vocabulary for what else may have taken root in Fredbear's metal that day. Something beyond negligence and design, a presence that legal language cannot quite name, and that the next chapter of this history will slowly bring into focus. Whispers in the code. Early A. Eye concerns and behavior reports. In the weeks after the bite, the noise of the dining room fades, and we slip instead into the workshops and back rooms, into the quiet hours where the real damage is measured. Here, the air hums with low fluorescent lights and cooling fans, and engineers hunch over terminals, while technicians lean into open chassis, listening to servos the way a doctor listens to a troubled heart. The tragedy is no longer a headline. It is a maintenance ticket, a data trail, a new and uneasy chapter in this history. Step by step, Fazbear's push for transparency turns those rooms into observatories. Every strange twitch, every hesitation, and every motion that does not match the script is now written down, time-stamped, and filed. An animatronic turns its head toward an empty doorway when the motion sensor reports nothing at all. A pathfinding routine diverts from the approved patrol and carries a mascot into a dark, unused party room, where it simply stands, facing the corner, motors quietly whining. Idle animations meant to be looping and harmless begin to stutter and adjust, as if the characters are responding to something just outside the camera's view. so they create formal AI behavior reports, structured and careful. Another layer in the growing archive. Each document lists the date, the exact time, the affected unit, the software build, the nearby staff. Possible causes are suggested in neat technical language. Sensor drift, corrupted nav mesh, memory leak, user error, and then, again and again, in smaller, more tired handwriting at the bottom, unable to replicate. The phrase appears so often that it becomes its own quiet refrain, drifting slowly through the logs like a confession that the machines are slipping beyond their grasp. As the weeks turn into months, some employees begin to reach for different words. Instead of erratic rotation, a tech writes that Bonnie seemed agitated at closing, pacing the same 3 meters of track. Chica is described as fixated on the security glass, turning to face it every time a particular guard walks by. Foxy, powered down in theory, is logged as avoidant, its head angled away from a child's drawing left on the floor. The language of circuits and routines gives way in the margins to the language of mood and temperament, as if they are documenting restless spirits rather than obedient code. In this version of events, even that unease is not hidden. A junior technician notes, almost apologetically, that it feels like the bite left more than dents and legal trouble. And the supervisor, bound by policy, leaves the comment in place. These are quiet tragedies of their own. Small human doubts preserved in ink and toner, waiting for future eyes. We are watching a haunted legacy being archived in real time, not buried, but catalogued. Publicly, the executives and PR teams insist on rational explanations, repeating phrases about complex systems, edge case glitches, and ongoing safety improvements. They speak of audits and firmware patches, while, inside the company, internal emails move through the network, carrying a different tone. Managers ask why a character keeps appearing outside its defined zone, why camera logs show movement without corresponding input, why the unable to replicate column grows thicker every quarter. The official story is calm and controlled. The private correspondence feels like people staring into haunted shadows they do not have words for. And somewhere down the line, long after these first reports are signed and stored, investigators and researchers will begin to pull them back out, page by page. Behavior logs will be cross-referenced with missing persons timelines, with security footage, with late-night paranormal complaints from parents and guards. A tangled web of dates, sightings, and unexplained motions will emerge, pointing not to a single glitch, but to something quietly, fundamentally wrong at the heart of the brand, are a pattern that has been there from the beginning, waiting for someone patient enough to let the tale wash over them and finally connect the dots. William Afton, Under Watch. Experiments in a Transparent World. From that growing archive of glitches and uneasy sightings, we drift slowly back to a familiar figure at the center of this history. William Afton returns to the foreground, not just as a father and co-founder, but as a man now living beneath a constant clinical light, his every decision shadowed by legal scrutiny and corporate monitoring in the wake of the bite. The days when he could vanish into back rooms without anyone asking questions are over. On paper, at least. In this transparent timeline, his ideas do not move straight from imagination to metal. Every proposal for more advanced animatronics, for more sophisticated AI routines, for experimental endoskeletons that blur the line between costume and machine, has to pass through committees and risk assessments and ethics reviews. There are forms to complete, hazard matrices to fill, polite meetings where safety officers ask about pinch points and child access, while Afton calmly speaks of innovation and guest engagement. Step by step, the process looks responsible, even cautious. But his fascination with that boundary between life and machine cannot be written openly into project scopes or investor decks. Instead, it seeps in at the edges, appearing in the margins of official documents as small handwritten notes about behavioral persistence, in quietly altered schematics where an extra sensor cluster appears without a corresponding line item. ISIN firmware updates that add unexplained subroutines buried 3 menus deep. To most reviewers, these are technical details in a sea of numbers. To him, they are the real experiment. Every so often, someone inside notices. A junior programmer sends an email asking why a children's mascot needs an undocumented pathfinding mode that only activates after closing time. A night technician files a maintenance note about after-hours access logs, showing Afton's credentials opening secure labs during the quiet hours when the building should be empty. A compliance officer circles a line in a test report where an animatronic continued vocalization after power isolation, and adds a small question mark in the margin. In this world of audits and archives, none of these concerns fully disappear. Each is recorded, ticketed, and investigated to varying degrees, generating follow-up memos and short interviews, then either dismissed as operator error or filed away as inconclusive. The result is a slow, accumulating sediment of red flags, a paper trail that future investigators will find chilling, because it shows how many times the haunted shadows of his intentions brushed against official notice without ever quite triggering real alarm. Over time, Afton learns the system as carefully as he studies his machines. He finds the blind spots, corners of the building where camera coverage overlaps just enough to leave a sliver of darkness, test units labeled as prototypes that sit outside normal reporting requirements, private workshops justified as R and D, where the line between research and obsession blurs. Officially, these are spaces for innovation. Unofficially, they are where his restless spirits of curiosity and cruelty are allowed to roam. And when, in this more honest timeline, children begin to go missing, those same archives will not protect him. They will quietly, patiently, connect him to the quiet tragedies unfolding around Fazbear locations, turning every dismissed concern and every inconclusive note into another thread in a tangled web that leads again and again back to the name William Afton. A public haunted house, rumors, reports, and early paranormal claims. So, as those early archives begin to circle quietly around William's name, something else is taking shape in the background, almost unnoticed at first. In the years after the bite, and after the first round of public apologies, Fazbear locations settle into a strange new rhythm. The dining rooms still close at night. The lights still go out. But the people left behind in those quiet hours are no longer told to ignore what they see. You can picture the night guards and closing staff, walking slowly between plastic booths and silent prize corners, flashlight beams cutting through the shadows. Every so often, faint music drifts slowly through the air, a warped scrap of the main jingle, echoing from a darkened hallway where no speaker should be on at all. Instead of shrugging it off, instead of fearing they'll be mocked or fired, they finish their shift, sit down at an old terminal, and file an official incident report. Those reports, in this more honest timeline, become strangely detailed. A janitor notes that Bonnie was found facing the back wall, arms raised at an angle the servos were never programmed to reach, and with no log of movement on the control system. A security guard attaches audio. Children's laughter, thin and distant, captured at 3:17 a.m. when the building was confirmed empty. Another entry mentions a sudden cold spot near the main stage, breath misting in front of their face, while the rest of the restaurant feels warm and still. Management, bound now to transparency, does not forbid these stories. They do something quieter and, in some ways, more unsettling. Each of these experiences is categorized as an anomaly, slotted gently under security or maintenance, given a case number, a date, a polite summary. Outside technicians are brought in to check for radio interference, faulty wiring, software corruption, anything that might turn restless spirits into simple glitches on paper. But paper, even when carefully worded, has a way of escaping. A few of these anomaly reports, stripped of names but rich in unsettling detail, are leaked by nervous employees or requested by curious locals through public records channels. Online forums begin to trade PDFs and grainy scans, telling each other ghost stories backed by letterheads and signatures, building the legend of the haunted pizza place that admits it's weird. Step by step, Fazbear Entertainment turns into a paradox. The company is publicly committed to safety and honesty, issuing regular statements, updating parents on every recall and repair, while at the same time a growing archive of unexplained events pools quietly beneath that polished surface, waiting for anyone determined enough to read through decades of anomalies and draw their own haunted conclusions. And some families look at this history and stay away, unwilling to let their innocent children play beneath those watching eyes. Others are drawn in by a gentle, morbid curiosity, treating the restaurants like safe, sanitized haunted houses, believing that if the ghosts are written down as errors, they cannot really touch them. And when the missing children incident finally arrives on this timeline, it will not feel like an isolated horror, but like the culmination of a long, carefully recorded haunting that has been whispering to us from the start. The day the children vanished. Cameras, logs, and no more denials. So when the missing children incident arrives in this quieter, more honest timeline, it does not come out of nowhere. It arrives on a Saturday, thick with noise and color. I'm in a dining room where the carpet is sticky with spilled soda, and the air smells of grease, recycled air, and the faint metal tang of animatronic servos warming under the lights. The arcade hums, cabinets blinking in soft rows, and above it all, in the ceiling corners and behind dark domes of tinted plastic, the cameras watch, drifting slowly from one preset angle to another. We move through this day step by step, not as a rumor, but as a record. A man in a yellow costume walks in from the employee entrance, swiping a key card that logs his arrival to the second, his ID stringing neatly into the Access database alongside the morning deliveries and the maintenance tech's break. He passes under one camera in the hallway, then another in the party room, each lens catching a slightly different tilt of the mascot head and a slightly different angle of his gloved hand as he waves to the children who fall into step behind him. Parents notice, but they are used to this choreography, to the gentle blur between performer and machine, while the system quietly marks every door he opens, every restricted zone he crosses. In the play area, tokens clatter, tickets spill from prize counters, and somewhere in that tangled web of sound, several children follow the yellow figure toward a back corridor that has its own camera, its own motion sensor, its own line in the log. When the first mother realizes her child has not returned, she reports it immediately, not to a distracted teenager at the counter, but to a manager already trained for incidents, already holding a clipboard that will become part of the case file. Another parent joins her, then another, and within minutes, the staff initiate a documented search, radios crackling, checklists filling, and the call to the police goes out before the restaurant has even considered closing its doors. By late afternoon, Freddy Fazbear's is no longer a birthday destination, but an active crime scene. Officers tape off the back halls, collect statements, and request full access to the security system. Fazbear's IT staff are instructed, in writing, to preserve every frame of footage, every backup of the camera server, every error message from the animatronic control software. Door access logs are exported, maintenance records for the Springlock suits are printed, employee schedules are stapled to incident reports, building a dense, almost suffocating web of information. In this version of events, Fazbear's first public statement does not hide behind vague language. That same evening, under harsh local news lights, a company representative steps up to a small podium and calmly acknowledges that multiple innocent children are missing from their property, that law enforcement is on site, and that all relevant materials will be handed over. They confirm the presence of a costumed employee, describe the mascot in careful detail, and ask anyone who was in the restaurant during specific hours to come forward. The transparency does not soften the horror, it sharpens it. The public can follow the timeline almost minute by minute. The children on camera in the arcade, the moment they trail the yellow figure down the hall, the last flicker of movement before a blind spot, and then nothing. Their quiet tragedies play out in freeze frames and timestamps, and the community feels each unanswered question in real time, watching the footage replayed on evening broadcasts, hearing the quiet in the parents' voices. Days pass. The restaurant is searched from attic to foundation, vents opened, walls checked, animatronics scanned and disassembled under fluorescent inspection lights. No bodies are found. Yet, in the quiet hours after the investigators leave, staff begin filing new reports. Freddy's head turning on its own, a microphone lifting toward an empty room, a stage light flickering whenever certain names are spoken. And because every oddity is now written down, because every anomaly is attached to time codes and maintenance tickets and sworn statements, the paper trail itself begins to whisper, pressing investigators toward explanations their training has never covered, hinting that the restless spirits may not be gone at all, only moved. An investigation that never closes. Police, regulators, and the paper trail. And so, as the paper trail thickens and begins to whisper, we follow it into the building itself, into the quiet hours after closing, when the last family has gone home and the neon glow gives way to harsh fluorescent light. The music is off. The games are silent. Only the low hum of refrigeration and the slow footsteps of investigators disturb the darkness, drifting slowly down carpeted hallways that still smell faintly of pizza and spilled soda. Detectives move methodically through the dining room and party areas, step by step, their evidence markers dotting the colourful floor like a second, colder kind of confetti. Forensic teams kneel beside the mascot stage, cutting small squares from stained carpets, swabbing the joints of animatronic suits, dusting painted plastic for fingerprints that should not be there at those hours. In the back rooms, another team quietly downloads weeks of security footage, frame by frame, while exhausted employees sit under buzzing lights, retelling the same night over and over until their voices grow hoarse and their memories blur at the edges. Because Fazbear has chosen to hand over everything, the investigation does not stop at the crime scene tape. Regulators arrive with briefcases and clipboards, notepads already half filled from previous visits, and begin requesting whole histories instead of isolated nights. They review years of incident reports and liability claims, AI behavior logs and pathing anomalies, maintenance records for every servo replacement and software patch, building a long, unbroken timeline of every serious event that has ever unfolded under Fazbear's cheerful branding, from early Springlock mishaps to more recent, quieter tragedies. As these binders and hard drives are cross-referenced, one name surfaces again and again, not as a headline, but as a constant presence in the margins. William Afton appears as a designer's signature on endoskeleton schematics, as a technician's initials on repair orders, as a recurring login in after-hours access logs that place him in maintenance corridors long after the last customer left. Long before any physical evidence ties him to the missing children incident, the documents themselves begin to circle around him, casting a faint, haunted shadow over his role in the company's legacy. Full cooperation comes with a price. Each new finding leads to another mandated closure, another round of safety inspections, another order to strip out wall panels or reinforce stage barriers. Certain animatronics are temporarily shut down, their performances publicly suspended pending review, and every shutdown is documented in dry regulatory language that local news anchors read aloud at 6 o'clock, turning once innocent characters into symbols of risk and unfinished grief. Over time, the sheer volume of data becomes overwhelming. Some investigators, staring at columns of timestamps and behavior flags late into the night, I begin to notice patterns that do not sit comfortably with any known technical failure. Characters turning their heads toward cameras at the exact same unscripted moment, pathfinding routines that lead them repeatedly toward closed party rooms, audio logs filled with static where children's laughter should be. The case file for the missing children incident never truly closes. It simply grows thicker, gaining periodic updates, new theories, and cross-references to later disturbances at sister locations. A living archive of restless spirits and unresolved questions. And as this official machinery grinds on, as reports are written and hearings scheduled, something quieter unfolds in the background, just beyond the reach of formal language. In the deadest part of the night, the cameras keep recording, capturing tiny movements and flickers of light that no one quite knows how to categorize. Moments that the forms and checkboxes cannot hold, as if the building itself is trying to speak in a language only the shadows understand. Animatronics as evidence. When possession is caught on tape. Those cameras, left humming through the quiet hours, become the one thing no one can argue with. So as investigations deepen, the focus shifts from rumors and testimonies to screens in a dim back office, where officers and Fazbear staff sit shoulder to shoulder, watching the building's own memory play out in grainy color. Night after night, they rewind and fast forward, drifting slowly through timestamps, hoping for a clear glimpse of an abductor in a yellow suit, a doorway left ajar, a tiny detail that will untangle this latest quiet tragedy. At first, it feels procedural and dull, a necessary duty in a long, tangled web of statements and reports. As they log each movement of each animatronic, each child, each parent returning to gather coats and toys, we see them pause on the last known frames of the missing children, freeze the image, write down the time, and then continue, step by step, into the emptier hours when only the mascots and the security lights remain. It is only over time, as patterns accumulate in the margins of their notebooks, that something stranger begins to surface. Certain characters seem to linger, almost protectively, near where specific children were last seen, returning to the same hallway camera or party room corner with a regularity that does not match their scheduled routes. Bonnie drifts off his usual patrol to stand, motionless, in front of a pirate-themed backdrop where one boy vanished, while Chica slows near a particular birthday table, her plastic eyes angled just slightly down, as if searching for someone who is no longer there. The code says they should be roaming evenly, but the footage shows them circling old wounds. Then the clips grow more pointed. In one recording, long after closing, Freddy stands on the empty stage and lifts one paw in a small, unmistakable wave, directed toward rows of vacant chairs. In another, Foxy's head turns sharply toward a camera that has just begun to zoom, his eyelights flaring as though he is aware of being watched, holding that stare for a full, uncomfortable minute. A different night. The pathing map shows an animatronic refusing to complete its loop, stopping instead at the same bare table where a cake was left uneaten, night after night, as if answering an absence. Technicians are called in, quietly at first, then as part of formal reviews, to compare these clips against behavior trees and input logs. They trace signal paths, test for remote access, simulate every movement in controlled conditions, and still, some gestures refuse to line up with any command or random walk algorithm. The official write-ups become careful, almost nervous, with phrases like unreproducible behavior and unexplained phenomena, trying to acknowledge the haunted shadows on the screen without naming restless spirits directly. Off the record, in low voices over burnt coffee, the language is less guarded. A detective admits that a particular tape makes his skin crawl, and that the way an animatronic tilts its head toward a missing child's last known spot feels wrong in a way he cannot measure. A Fazbear safety manager, who has spent years insisting on mechanical explanations, confesses that these recordings play back in her dreams, that the restaurant's own history seems to be pressing through the metal. Eventually, a few of these segments leave that dark office. Some are played in court, flickering across monitors, while parents watch with held breath. Others leak into the public, clipped and shared until the idea takes root that the children have not entirely left, that the restaurant's mascots have become vessels for grief and anger. Once the world has seen animatronics behaving less like party hosts and more like mourning, searching children, our Fazbear's claim to be just another family restaurant begins to crumble. And from this point in the timeline, no amount of branding can quite put that feeling back to sleep. A brand in the crosshairs, media, public outrage, and morbid fame. From there, the story does not stay in the quiet corners of one frightened town. It begins drifting slowly outward, carried by headlines and late-night segments, until the missing children incident is no longer a local wound, but a national fascination. At first, it is a single column in the regional paper, a grainy photo of the restaurant front and a plea for information. But as police briefings mention unusual animatronic behavior and Fazbear's own transparency, confirm strange movement patterns after closing. Larger stations take notice and the cameras arrive. We can almost see the progression, step by step, as morning talk shows invite child safety advocates to sit beneath soft studio lights and explain why parents must remain vigilant in public spaces, while, on the other side of the split screen, robotics professors quietly describe how a mascot should not, under normal programming, wander toward a locked-back hallway. True crime programs dedicate entire episodes to the case, replaying security footage frame by frame, slowing the tape whenever an animatronic's head turns just a little too far, or when a shadow passes where no employee is logged. Because Fazbear has chosen honesty, all of this material is available. Their transparency, which once felt like a shield, becomes an endless archive. Public records of maintenance logs, court documents detailing safety violations, internal memos about pathfinding errors, and leaked clips of animatronics standing motionless in the dark, as if listening. Journalists pore over these in the quiet hours before deadlines, and online sleuths build sprawling threads that map every movement, every glitch, every quiet tragedy into a growing, haunted timeline. Public perception fractures. For many families, Fazbear Entertainment becomes a living cautionary tale, a corporate name that means negligence, grief, and the loss of innocent children, spoken in the same breath as product recalls and preventable fires. Parents organize boycotts and petitions. They share social media campaigns urging others to stay away, and school newsletters quietly recommend alternative birthday venues. Yet, alongside this understandable recoil, a smaller, more morbid audience emerges, and drawn toward the locations as dark tourist attractions, wanting to stand where the children vanished, wanting to take photos of the stage where the animatronics once moved on their own. Some of them collect things, not just plushies and t-shirts, but old incident reports, photocopied police sketches, and screenshots of animatronics caught in uncanny poses, heads tilted toward cameras as if aware. In this uneasy space, Fazbear tries to lean into damage control rather than disappearance, launching rebranding attempts with softened logos and warmer colors, hosting charity events for child safety, and scheduling heavily supervised memorial nights, where portions of the profits go to victim support funds, and employees speak softly about healing. The chain does not fully die. It lingers, strangely resilient, its name infamous yet persistent, like a ghost story that people cannot stop retelling, no matter how restless the spirits behind it may feel. And as we continue along this tangled web of hauntings and confessions, we find that the company's decision not to retreat, but to keep expanding under the brightest possible scrutiny, will carry these haunted shadows into new locations and new eras, where the lights are fresher, the walls are cleaner, and the dreams of safety will once again be tested. Internal reckonings, whistleblowers, leaks, and the Afton paper trail, inside Fazbear's headquarters, that bright scrutiny from the outside world settles into something heavier, quieter, in the carpeted hallways and glass-walled conference rooms where the lights stay on far past midnight. We picture overworked compliance teams surrounded by binders and glowing spreadsheets, legal pads filled with questions no one really wants answered, and the soft whir of printers in the quiet hours as someone, somewhere, decides to keep an extra copy of an email, just in case. Step by step, a new kind of tension replaces the old culture of denial, because the company has promised honesty now, and yet the legacy of its haunted shadows lingers in every file cabinet. Night guards send incident reports that mention strange, undocumented behaviors, animatronics turning toward empty doorways, cameras cutting out only when a certain yellow figure appears, maintenance logs that use the word aggressive a little too often. Technicians whisper in break rooms, Junior managers forward messages to their personal accounts, and we feel the story drifting slowly away from the official line towards something messier and more human. Some of these people begin to speak beyond the walls. Anonymized tips reach local journalists, then national outlets, then law enforcement task forces already cataloguing Fazbear's quiet tragedies. A late-night email from a regional manager becomes a redacted quote in a televised hearing. A security contractor uploads access logs that show William Afton badging into restricted labs long after his formal role should have ended. And those logs, once buried, are now dissected frame by frame on public record. Leaked internal memos surface, describing undocumented animatronic behaviors and experimental subroutines tied to proprietary research, with Afton's name present in early drafts and carefully edited into vagueness before release. And draft safety reports mention his direct oversight on projects that later become crime scenes. And the versions the public sees speak only of engineering leadership. In this alternate timeline, the paper trail is never fully erased, only delayed, and each new leak threads another line through the tangled web connecting every major tragedy back to the same quiet engineer. Slowly, investigators and viewers at home begin to realize that Afton is not just an unlucky name in Fazbear's history, but a recurring presence, a common thread running through missing children, malfunctioning fun times, and remnant adjacent experiments. The narrative that emerges is not of random glitches and bad luck, but of a man who moved through the company like a restless shadow, always near the worst nights, always close to the most dangerous machines, and not everyone who helps reveal this survives unscathed. Some whistleblowers lose promotions, find their contracts quietly not renewed, or discover that other family entertainment chains have somehow heard they are difficult. Their careers stall, yet their leaked documents become the backbone of criminal cases and safety overhauls. The gentle but relentless evidence that lets the tale wash over courts, commissions, and late-night broadcasts. For the Afton family, there is no hiding from this growing archive. Old photographs, medical records, and school files are cross-referenced with corporate emails and security footage, their private grief and dysfunction mirrored in public exhibits and televised hearings. We watch, in this reimagined history, as the father's secrets blur into the children's nightmares, and the family name becomes a synonym for tragedy in the same breath as Fazbear. And somewhere ahead on this timeline, as the evidence coils tighter and tighter around William Afton, we can already feel the pressure building toward a final confrontation. One that will not end in a courtroom at all, but in the echoing dark of a forgotten back room, where man and machine meet, and Afton himself may vanish into the very mechanisms he helped design, leaving only restless spirits and a hollow suit behind. Closing one chapter, the first pizzeria's fall and what remains. And so, while William Afton slips into the haunted shadows of his own making, the building that enabled him begins to wind down, quietly, methodically, under fluorescent lights that feel a little too bright for all the secrets they've seen. And the first major Freddy Fazbear's Pizza does not fall in one dramatic night, but in a series of slow, uneasy evenings where the dining room never quite fills and the laughter never quite reaches the stage. We can picture those final weeks, fewer birthday banners, fewer party hats, parents who still bring their children, but only in the daytime, only after reading long safety reports and city notices, only while watching every doorway. The animatronics still perform, still follow their simple routines, but now they sing to half-full rooms, their plastic eyes reflecting not just disco lights, but the glaring beams of inspectors' flashlights and the constant red dots of surveillance cameras. Every show is a performance for two audiences at once, the innocent kids at the tables and the quiet officials at the back taking notes, and step by step, the paperwork catches up. Years of incidents, investigations, and bad press are gathered into thick binders and digital folders, each one another strand in the tangled web of Fazbear's early history. Regulators point to an accumulation of risk, to unexplained power outages, to audio of strange voices in empty rooms, to footage of animatronics moving just a little too far off script. Insurers, already weary of Springlock failures and missing children headlines, finally draw a line. They do not accuse the building of ghosts, but they do insist that something here refuses to behave like a normal restaurant. When the closure order comes, it feels both expected and unreal. The shutdown process is quiet, almost ceremonial. One by one, the animatronics are powered down, and their servos giving a last faint whine before stillness settles in. Tags are looped around wrists and neck bolts, evidence labels with case numbers and dates, turning childhood mascots into catalogued objects. Files are printed, boxed and archived. Backups are copied to secure drives. Maintenance logs and behavior reports are packed with the same care as cash registers and kitchen equipment. Posters are peeled from the walls, leaving pale rectangles on faded paint. A simple, closed indefinitely sign is taped to the glass door, its edges slowly curling. There is an emotional weight to this ending. Employees linger in the quiet hours, saying soft goodbyes to a place that was both a workplace and a crime scene, a dream and a tragedy at once. Some remember birthday songs. Some remember police questions. Outside, parents drive past with a mix of relief and lingering sorrow, glad the danger is over, uneasy that their children ever walked those halls at all. Yet, in this timeline, almost nothing is truly lost. The logs remain, the videos remain. Every report, every subpoena, every late-night email about strange behavior is saved, copied, and stored. Instead of being shredded or buried, the pizzeria's history becomes a permanent record, a blueprint, and a warning for every future Fazbear project. Engineers will study these archives to design safer endoskeletons. Lawyers will quote them when drafting stricter protocols. Storytellers will mine them when they whisper about restless spirits and haunted stages. As the lights go out and dust begins drifting slowly down through empty beams, the story does not end here. It simply moves, gently, into another address. New walls will rise, new stages will be built, but the same ghosts of data and memory will follow, ready to find new ways to be seen, as we let the tale wash over us and follow this legacy to its next uneasy home. A lawsuit, instead of a legend, the aftermath of the first closure. In this version of events, when the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza finally closes its doors, it does not vanish into rumour and haunted shadows. It ends the way most real tragedies do, with clipboards, hushed conversations, and fluorescent lights that stay on a little too late. We watch inspectors move quietly through party rooms and hallways. We see lawyers tracing paths from the front door to the back, and grieving families walking one last time past the stage where their innocent children once laughed. And there is no sudden padlock slapped on in the dead of night. Instead, there is a schedule, notices on the door, a final week where the restaurant operates under supervision, every movement of every animatronic logged, every complaint recorded, every accident form filled out and signed. The smell of pizza and cleaning chemicals lingers together, while cameras capture the emptying of prize corners and the slow, methodical powering down of mascots that have already seen too much. From this quiet ending, the lawsuits rise. Wrongful death filings, negligence claims, pleas for damages over emotional distress, all neatly captioned with case numbers and dates, all naming Fazbear Entertainment as a defendant that has already admitted fault. In court, the company's transparency becomes both shield and spotlight, and as maintenance logs are projected on screens, showing missed repairs and ignored warnings, while security footage plays frame by frame, a timeline of quiet tragedies unfolding in grainy detail. Internal emails surface, read aloud in calm, steady voices, revealing how managers debated costs versus safety, how technicians flagged strange behavior in the animatronics and were told to monitor, not replace. The civil suits do not ask us to guess what happened in the shadows. They invite us to sit in the gallery and watch it unfold, step by step, as expert witnesses explain spring lock tolerances and child psychology with the same measured tone. Judges respond with consent decrees and mandated reforms. New safety protocols, third-party inspections, required disclosures to parents, all written into orders that become public record, and settlements for the families are approved in open court, numbers read into microphones, conditions spelled out, counselling funds, memorial scholarships, permanent access to every scrap of documentation. What might have been whispered legend in another timeline is here turned into searchable history, a lattice of PDFs and transcripts that anyone can pull from the digital shelves. For the families, this access changes the shape of grief. They receive full maintenance logs, complete security archives, unredacted internal memos, and they read them late into the quiet hours, tracing their children's last days through time-stamped entries and camera angles. Some find a fragile peace in knowing. Others feel their anger sharpen, but all of them share a common, documented understanding of what was done and what was not done in those rooms. And yet, the hauntings do not stop. The restless spirits that cling to metal and memory move now through a building already outlined in ink, their presence contrasted against the cold clarity of legal language. It is as if the animatronics stand between two worlds, the physical restaurant, emptied and inspected, and an invisible archive where their every malfunction is described, notarized, and filed. So, as Fazbear's first location fades from the skyline, its legacy does not dissolve into rumor. It settles into boxes, dusty files stacked in county basements, digital archives drifting slowly across backup servers, case citations appearing in law journals. The story of Fazbear splits here, into the world we can touch and the world of records we can search. Both quietly haunted, are both waiting for the next chapter in this tangled web of accountability and ghost to be written and read under oath. Compliance by candlelight, safety mandates in a haunted industry. From those courtrooms and archives, we move into quieter rooms, lit not by flashbulbs but by humming fluorescent tubes, where the legacy of all those testimonies is translated into policy. It is late, more often than not. Coffee rings on printed drafts. Highlighters bleed through paper. We can almost see them. A ring of safety officers, executives, and tired lawyers, leaning over new regulations that exist only because Fazbear's quiet tragedies force someone to write them. Here, the language of grief becomes the language of compliance. Stricter animatronic maintenance schedules are laid out in careful tables, with every joint, servo, and sensor assigned a date and a signature. Child tracking protocols are mandated, not as an optional upgrade, but as a legal requirement. coded bracelets, check-in kiosks, automated head counts before closing. Emergency exits must be illuminated, unlocked, and logged every hour on the hour. Camera coverage is no longer a patchwork of grainy feeds. It becomes mandatory, wall to wall, in dining areas, hallways, and even the quiet back rooms where technicians once worked unobserved in the haunted shadows. To carry all of this, Fazbear builds something new, a compliance department. It does not feel like a villain's lair. It feels like an office park. Desks with stress balls and family photos. Spreadsheets drifting slowly across dual monitors. The people here are not monsters. They are weary professionals trying to keep incident numbers low, arm insurance premiums tolerable, and children, as far as they can measure it, safe. Step by step, they translate every government mandate into checklists, trainings, and internals. Once evasive become honest and strangely detailed. A child claims that Freddy whispered their name with the mic turned off. A camera catches Bonnie stepping forward one frame, then back the next, while the system insists no movement command was issued. Audio logs capture faint overlapping voices, like echoes of a crowd in an empty room. These curiosities live in folders and databases, annotated with question marks, gently dismissed as glitches, even as restless spirits press against the edges of the data. Regulators do return, clipboards in hand, and they are thorough in the ways they know how to be. They measure voltage, check hinge resistance, confirm that emergency lighting meets code, and that child tracking bracelets ping the right servers. But they cannot quantify grief or guilt. There is no field on the form for remnant, no checkbox for a suit that remembers. A gap opens, quietly, between what can be inspected and what is only felt when the lights go out. In this version of the timeline, the hauntings are not buried under lies. They simply move differently. They drift through email chains, through maintenance logs, through signed incident reports and risk assessments. A haunted current winding its way through clipboards and digital dashboards, waiting for someone in this tangled web of oversight to notice that the pattern points again and again back toward the after name, and to ask what history is still walking inside these machines. The after name in the public record. Those patterns do not stay whispers in back rooms and forgotten inboxes. In this honest timeline, they harden into ink and signatures, into badges at the door and timestamps on security footage, until the name at the center of it all stops being a faceless purple silhouette and becomes something far more mundane and far harder to escape. William Afton, listed plainly on police reports and corporate rosters. We watch, drifting slowly through the paperwork, as investigators move step by step from vague descriptions of a man in a yellow rabbit suit to a specific employee profile, cross-referencing access logs, shift schedules, and maintenance routes. The missing children incident is not an unsolved legend here. It is tied, within weeks, to one technician with unusual after-hours access, a pattern of movement that always seems to skirt the edges of camera coverage, and a stack of documented disciplinary warnings about wandering off route, bypassing protocols, and spending too long near the party rooms. And in this version of the story, when the first wave of parents demand answers, they are not met only with corporate statements about a tragic misunderstanding. They see, printed in black and white, a mugshot taken after William's initial detainment, his eyes caught between defiance and calculation. They see his employment history summarized in court filings, the transfers between locations, the internal complaints from co-workers who felt uneasy but were overruled. Journalists file requests, and slowly those pages enter the public record, accessible to anyone with the patience to search in the quiet hours of the night. For the Afton family, the tragedy is no longer just what William has done in the haunted shadows of the restaurants. It is the way his legacy now lives on in databases and headlines. Clara, or Mrs. Afton, and goes to the grocery store and feels the air tighten when she reaches the checkout, catching the cashier's eyes flick down to a folded newspaper with her husband's name under a bold, accusatory title. Neighbors who once waved from driveways now close curtains a little faster. There are school meetings, awkward pauses, careful reassurances that Michael is innocent, even as teachers have clearly read every article. At school, Michael hears his last name before he hears his own. Whispers follow him down hallways, rumors mixing truth and nightmare, until his family's history feels like a story other children tell each other to scare themselves before sleep. The younger children grow up in that atmosphere, where a simple background check for a field trip chaperone pulls up their father's case number, to where their mailbox carries legal notices and clipped headlines, where their home becomes an address associated with a file. For William, the net tightens in quieter, more bureaucratic ways. His ability to move between locations, companies, and projects is no longer effortless. Every new contract triggers a background check. Every attempt to incorporate a shell company runs into prior filings that link back to him. Permits are denied, licensing boards ask more questions, and even the most negligent executive hesitates when they see his name attached to anything involving children. That pressure does not end his experiments, it warps them. Forced out of official channels, he retreats further underground, more covert, more desperate, searching for remnant and immortality, not only out of obsession, but from a practical fear that the system now has his face, his fingerprints, his history on file. The dream of escaping death becomes entangled with the very real possibility of a life sentence, or worse. And so, somewhere in a government server farm, and in Fazbear's own legal archives, the Afton surname sits quietly, linked to case numbers and incident codes, a family name woven into the tangled web of this company's history, waiting for the next time a restless spirit, a missing report, or a new tragedy causes someone to type those letters and watch old ghosts wake up on the screen. Michael Afton, documented, a life lived in case files from those databases and archives. The name does not stay abstract for long. It becomes a file, then a face, then a teenager standing at a reception desk, filling out his first employment forms under fluorescent lights that buzz quietly above him, while an HR terminal in the back room flashes a gentle but unmistakable warning. Afton, Michael. Relation to person of interest in multiple Fazbear incidents. We watch him step into the workforce already stained by a legacy he did not choose. His application drifting slowly through automated background checks and manual reviews. Every field he fills in cross-referenced against case numbers and old press conferences. On the surface, the company has pledged transparency now, so nothing is hidden from the system. Notes about his father's status as a known suspect, or, in some branches of this timeline, a convicted murderer, sit beside his school records and address history, quietly reshaping how each manager reads his name, and the hiring itself is careful, almost ceremonial. Michael is brought in for an interview at a modest Freddy's location, the walls still decorated with friendly posters that feel slightly faded by years of quiet tragedies, and the manager has a script approved by legal and HR. They explain the extended probationary period, the enhanced supervision, the requirement that his shifts be recorded and reviewed, In their internal portal, a comment is added. High-risk surname but high familiarity with brand and procedures. Potential asset if monitored. He signs disclosures acknowledging the company's haunted history and the specific dangers of working among animatronics whose malfunctions are now openly documented. As he moves through roles, overnight security, maintenance assistant, later a temporary shift lead when staffing is thin. Each position comes with its own lattice of documentation. Performance reviews mention his punctuality, his unusual calm during power failures, his tendency to wander off camera into maintenance corridors during the quiet hours. Incident reports list his employee ID beside phrases like anomalous movement, unexplained audio, and unauthorized proximity to decommissioned units, building a paper trail that clings to him as stubbornly as the haunted shadows in the halls. Those late-night encounters that, in another version of the story, might have been private terrors, are now captured from multiple angles. Security footage shows him standing motionless as an animatronic turns its head without a scheduled routine. Maintenance logs record his manual overrides and emergency shutdowns. Our access badges track his path step by step through wings that other guards avoid. His inner search for meaning and redemption becomes mirrored by a cold clinical record, an eerie twin to his restless spirits and sleepless nights. Over time, patterns emerge in quarterly reviews and anomaly summaries. Analysts notice that locations with the highest rate of strange behavior share one constant variable, Michael Afton on the schedule. Yet they also see that, where he works, casualties drop, damage is contained, and the worst tragedies seem to stall, as if something within him is determined to hold the line. Management debates quietly. Is he a magnet or a shield? Michael, reading the scrutiny in their eyes and in the forms he signs, begins to lean into it. He volunteers for the most dangerous shifts, initials every waiver that spells out the risks in clinical language, requests assignments in facilities with the darkest reputations. On paper, it looks like reckless dedication. In his heart, it is atonement he cannot name aloud. And so, in this version of the timeline, his long walk toward understanding and confronting his father is not just a private odyssey whispered in the dark, but a trail of time cards, keycard pings, and surveillance tapes, waiting for some future investigator to rewind the footage and watch the truth unfold again, frame by frame, as the Afton name lights up their screen one more time. When the media won't look away, press, parents, and public outrage. And once that trail of time cards and surveillance tapes exists, it does not stay buried in some quiet evidence locker forever. It begins to leak, slowly, into the public eye. At first, it arrives in fragments, in those soft-voiced local news segments that run just before the weather, where an anchor in a modest studio reads the words, "Incident at a local family restaurant," as if they are describing any other small-town tragedy. One location, one night, one family whose dream birthday ended in sirens. In those early years, the papers treat each event as an isolated storm, a spring lock failure in one column, a missing child in another, a safety audit quoted briefly near the classifieds, as if this haunted timeline is not yet a single story but scattered rain on different days. Yet as Fazbear's transparency policy keeps pushing documents into daylight, we watch those same reporters realize they are seeing the same names, the same mascots, the same legal phrases, drifting slowly from one dateline to the next. A pattern begins to take shape in real time, right there on the evening news. Soon, the tone shifts. A regional station runs a longer piece, then another, until someone assembles the first careful, unnerving timeline. Step by step, they lay it out. The opening dates, the inspection failures, the lawsuits quietly settled, the internal safety memos that admit unpredictable behavior in the animatronics. Former employees, their faces half in shadows, describe overnight shifts with restless spirits in metal shells, while on-screen graphics highlight quotes from PDF's Fazbear itself released under legal obligation. Court documents, maintenance logs, and AI behavior reports become bedtime reading for a new kind of audience. Out of that audience, parents' groups form, not just angry voices at town halls, but quiet, organized networks in the early internet's message boards and later on social media, where links to inspection reports are passed around like warnings at the school gate. A new Freddy's is announced in a neighboring city, and within hours there are threads dissecting its safety certifications, sharing leaked training manuals, annotating every line that hints at another quiet tragedy waiting to happen. The resistance is not loud, but it is persistent. Fazbear's response is equally persistent and carefully rehearsed. Press conferences open with condolences, then pivot into phrases about enhanced safety protocols and our ongoing commitment to transparency. There are glossy brochures for public safety campaigns, posters reminding children not to run near the stages, and guided tours of improved back rooms where parents can see the emergency shutoffs and new cameras. Yet, in the company's own quarterly reports, in the same language they publish for investors and regulators, the problems never entirely vanish. They are simply reclassified, minimized, wrapped in legal insulation, while the mascots keep smiling. In this light, the public splits. Some people, watching these documents pile up, decide that Fazbear is a cursed but honest company, trapped in a legacy of tragedy yet trying, in its own flawed way, to protect the innocent and confront the haunted shadows it helped create. Others see only a repeat offender, a corporation hiding behind child-friendly characters and precise legal wording, treating each shattered family as another line item in the cost of doing business. Even the urban legends change. In the original history, people whisper about missing files and locked cabinets. In this version, they trade links to leaked memos, grainy security stills, and redacted AI behavior charts with entire paragraphs blacked out. The monsters in the stories are not just rumors, but images and PDFs that you can download and scroll through in the quiet hours of the night. And somehow, through all of this light, Fazbear keeps expanding. New locations open even as old lawsuits remain unresolved, as if something larger and more persistent than the public opinion is guiding its survival, drawing the company forward into bigger complexes and brighter attractions that we will visit later in this tangled web of history. Blueprints of a nightmare, transparent design of the toy line. And somehow, through all of this light and legal language, we drift forward with them into Fazbear's next promise. A clean slate, a brighter future. The era of the toy animatronics arrives dressed in pastel plastic and polished chrome, presented to the public as proof that the company has learned that the tragedies in the haunted shadows of the past can be tamed by documentation, compliance, and code. On paper, this is their boldest attempt yet to rebuild trust. The toys are marketed as visibly safer, more advanced, more trackable than anything that came before, and every brochure quietly reassures parents that nothing at Freddy's moves without leaving a trail. We see this not only in commercials, but in the thick technical briefs that now accompany each model. Dense packets, you could imagine drifting slowly across a boardroom table, full of diagrams and flowcharts instead of rumors and fear. Those briefs describe faces before they describe personalities. Facial recognition systems tied to watch lists and custody disputes. Child tracking features that map every innocent step from stage to party room. Tamper-proof endoskeletons sealed with unique torque signatures so that any interference leaves a measurable scar. Every servo movement, every idle animation, every hug is logged, time-stamped and stored, creating a quiet history of each night in the pizzeria. For the first time, these blueprints do not live only in locked file cabinets. Third-party safety consultants review them line by line, leaving comments in the margins about redundancy, camera coverage, and emergency egress. Regulators occasionally request full design packets, and Fazbear, an under pressure and under watch, complies, allowing an unusual level of transparency around technology that once hid its worst secrets behind smiling masks. There is a gentle irony here. The very systems meant to prevent abductions and harm, to stop another missing children incident before it can begin, are also intricate, reactive, and deeply connected, which means they can be twisted. A malicious presence, whether human saboteur or something born of restless spirits and remnant, does not need to break the toys. It only needs to nudge their priorities and let the automation do the rest. Inside the company, we see this tension appear first as tickets, not ghost stories. Internal memos begin to note small anomalies. A toy Freddy unit misidentifying a parent as a security threat, and Toy Chica taking an oddly long path through a corridor she has no reason to patrol. Logs that record interactions with unregistered children in rooms that, according to blueprints, should be empty. In another timeline, these would be dismissed as glitches and forgotten. Here, they are documented, categorized, escalated to engineering, but always interpreted through a technical lens rather than a supernatural one. We watch as teams debate firmware patches and sensor calibration, while never quite asking what those unregistered children might be. Step by step, the database fills with quiet tragedies that no one names. And so the showroom opens. Pristine, brightly colored toy animatronics stand in perfect poses beneath gentle lights, eyes wide, smiles fixed, their processors humming softly as they record everything. Every laugh and every argument, every shadow that passes when no child is listed, building a timeline of things no one believes they can truly see, yet which will matter deeply when the logs are finally read. Papers on the wall, the daycare, the night guard, and the rules. The lights warm up, the cameras blink to life, and as the toy animatronics begin drifting slowly through their rehearsed routines, we finally see what this new pizzeria really looks like in the quiet hours. Every bright wall, every service corridor, every metal doorframe has paper taped to it. A smiling cartoon, Freddy reminds parents to keep an eye on their children. A laminated sheet near the party rooms lists maximum occupancy. Even the mop closet has a printed procedure for spill events. This is not the messy, improvised Freddys of the early days, and this is a building wrapped in written instructions, step by step. As if Fazbear believes that enough words on enough walls can hold back the haunted shadows of its own history. Employee handbooks sit in plastic racks behind the counter, corners already bent. Laminated checklists hang beside the parts and service door. Lock verification, camera status, animatronic count, all with little boxes waiting for signatures that say, quietly, we did what we were told. When the last family leaves and the music dies down, The night guard takes their place in the story. They sign in on a clipboard, initial next to a line about after-hours surveillance responsibilities, and sit beneath a corkboard layered with memos. There are policies about camera usage, reminders that feeds must remain active and unblocked, and notices about power conservation, each one stressing that outages must be avoided at all costs. Another sheet, more recent, defines animatronic irregularities in careful legal language, insisting that any unusual movement, vocalization, or pathing must be documented and reported before morning. Every rule has a reason. In this more honest timeline, management doesn't pretend these policies appeared from nowhere. Each line can be traced back to some earlier mistake. A paragraph about keeping all exit doors unlocked during business hours echoes a tragedy from a closed location. A warning about children entering backstage areas cites an investigation file, its case number printed right there in small, quiet text. The building's paperwork becomes a visible history of past tragedies, a paper memorial to things Fazbear can't fully bury, and the animatronics have their own rulebooks, written not in ink, but in code. The toy models are governed by pathing restrictions that define which rooms they may enter and when. Their facial recognition thresholds are tuned to distinguish innocent guests from banned individuals. Their access limitations carefully mapped so that, on paper, they should never cross certain lines. In theory, nothing moves without permission. Yet, as the nights pass, an uncanny sensation creeps in. Despite all these rules, human and digital, something in the building behaves as if it is exempt. A figure appears in a camera blind spot that, according to the diagrams, should not exist. A door that must remain closed by policy is found gently ajar, with no corresponding entry in the log. The toy animatronics follow their scripts, but their eyes linger too long on empty corners, as if listening to restless spirits no handbook mentions. Scattered among the more practical notices, we find subtler warnings. A small sign near the security office references unexplained behavior, instructing staff to record such events in detail, but never discuss them with guests. Another memo stamped by a safety board acknowledges anomalous readings in certain rooms, advising continued monitoring while assuring employees that operations remain safe. It is a careful balance. Enough truth to exist on paper, not enough to frighten families away. By now, the pizzeria feels like a maze built of language. Policies on the walls, procedures in binders, protocols embedded in silicon, all trying to pin down a reality that keeps slipping through their fingers. As we move along this timeline, we can feel that the true danger is not in what is written, but in what moves quietly between the lines, following a different set of rules entirely, waiting for the next section of this tangled web to unfold. When the toys turn, a transparent investigation of a second scandal. And so, as those policies and protocols try to hold the line, the timeline carries us gently forward into a brighter, cleaner restaurant that should have been a fresh start. We arrive in the toy era, under fluorescent lights and pastel paint, where cameras are sharper, endoskeletons are lighter, and every movement is tagged and time-stamped. On the surface, it is the safest Freddy's yet, but in the quiet hours after closing, we can feel familiar, haunted shadows beginning to stir again. The incidents do not begin with headlines. They begin with bandages. A child brushed by a servo that turns too quickly. Another startled when Toy Chica leans in too close during a birthday song. Plastic fingers grazing skin a little too firmly. We see late-night logs noting unauthorized movement, as toy Freddy drifts from his stage to a locked party room. Doors that should require a key whispering open as if invited. Each event on its own is small, a series of quiet tragedies that could be written off as glitches. Yet together, they form a slow, uneasy rhythm. This time, though, every rhythm note is recorded. Unlike the first generation, where missing tapes and shredded memos left gaps, each minor injury triggers an automatic investigation. Cameras are bookmarked, access logs are pulled, pathing algorithms are reviewed frame by frame. Managers sit in gently lit offices and answering structured questionnaires. Night guards describe strange patterns, animatronics drifting slowly toward off-limits areas without any programmed route. All of it is compiled into thick digital case files, nested folders of video, telemetry, and testimony that turn the restaurant's daily life into a living archive. Then comes the moment no one can dismiss. One busy afternoon, Toy Bonnie breaks from his performance, eyes tracking not the stage markers, but a single child near the back wall. We watch in slow playback as he steps off the marked boundary, as pathing indicators spike, as collision warnings fire and are somehow ignored. The rabbit corners the child against an arcade cabinet, arm joints locking in a way that pins them there, plastic muzzle inches away, until a frantic employee slams the emergency stop. Within minutes, and the footage is duplicated, the movement data frozen, and a full report is transmitted directly to regulators and local authorities. Fazbear does not investigate alone. Third-party forensic teams arrive with quiet professionalism, opening panels, tracing wiring, and combing through network logs line by line. Software analysts decompile behavior trees, searching for rogue routines or unauthorized remote access. What they find is unnerving in its precision. The systems behaved as if following detailed instructions, turning, stepping, and reaching in a coherent pattern that no one can locate in the codebase. Like a puppeteer's hands erased, but their motions still recorded. Engineers replay the event again and again, eyes on the numbers, while regulators study the same frames with a different weight in their gaze, and they can see the what in painful clarity. Torque values, step counts, reaction times. Yet the why remains out of reach, an intent that feels present but undocumented, as though some restless spirits have learned to speak through ones and zeros without leaving a signature. We, watching this history unfold, are left with data that is complete, but meaning that slips away when we try to grasp it. When the pattern of anomalies refuses to fade, Fazbear issues another public announcement. The location will close, they explain, not as an admission of a single failure, but as a necessary pause in a transparent review process. Press releases promise published findings, open hearings, and continued cooperation, emphasizing that nothing will be hidden this time, that the legacy of secrecy has ended. Parents are invited to read interim reports and to see the same graphs and summaries that investigators see, as if sharing the information might somehow drain its fear. Months later, after interviews, audits, and expert testimony, the official report is released. It is thick with detail, cross-referenced and meticulously formatted, a monument to documentation. And yet, at the end, beneath all the charts and appendices, the conclusion is a single, unsettling line: cause undetermined. It is a phrase that feels both honest and incomplete, leaving room for faulty sensors and for something older moving behind the scenes, keeping the story drifting slowly forward, step by step, toward the next chapter of this tangled web. Files on fire, the fate of the old locations, Cause undetermined becomes the official ending of one report. But in this more honest timeline, it is never the end of the story, only the beginning of another file, another procedure, another quiet reckoning with the physical things that tragedy leaves behind. When a Fazbear location reaches the end of its life, the company cannot simply lock the doors and walk away into the haunted shadows of memory. There is a process, slow and methodical, that turns every brick and bolt into a line on a form. First, there is the decommissioning inventory. Teams move through the empty dining rooms and quiet party bays with clipboards and scanners, tagging every table, every stage light, every animatronic shell. Serial numbers are recorded, conditions noted, photographs taken under the tired glow of work lamps. Then come the formal demolition permits, filed with city offices that now expect full disclosure about asbestos in the walls, refrigerants in the kitchen, and the environmental impact of tearing down yet another place where quiet tragedies unfolded. Nothing is allowed to simply vanish. Even the dust is scheduled. The animatronics, once the beating mechanical heart of each location, receive their own special treatment. Endoskeletons are tagged and catalogued. Barcodes fixed to metal ribs and jaw plates. Their histories cross-referenced against maintenance logs and incident reports. Some units are marked for storage, wrapped in plastic and wheeled into company warehouses. Others are designated for scrapping, their parts stripped and sold. Each transfer logged with serials and signatures. A smaller number are cleared for repurposing. Their servos and faceplates promised a second life in some future attraction. Tying the timeline of one building quietly to the next. Yet transparency comes with a dilemma. Fazbear cannot simply burn everything and claim ignorance, because every destruction of property must be justified in writing, reviewed by insurers, sometimes even witnessed by regulators who now know the company's legacy of restless spirits and unexplained malfunctions. When an animatronic is ordered destroyed, there is a chain of emails, a risk assessment, a signed-off rationale that will sit in an archive long after the metal is gone. For pieces linked to documented incidents, the rules grow even stricter. The stage where a child disappeared, the head casing from a suit involved in a fatal spring lock failure, in the control module that logged impossible midnight movements. These are not melted down. They are boxed, labeled, and placed in secure storage, creating a haunted warehouse of history where every shelf holds evidence, and perhaps something older, drifting slowly between the rows. Even in this world of oversight, fires still happen. An electrical fault in an aging breaker panel, a grease flare in a shuttered kitchen, a suspicious blaze that starts in a room no one has entered in months. Each one triggers investigations, photographs of blackened beams, chemical tests on ash, insurance reports that catalogue what was lost. The flames try to erase, but the paperwork restores, capturing in cold detail what the heat tried to swallow. And so we end this chapter, not at a roaring inferno, but in a dark storage facility on the edge of town, lit by a single emergency strip. Crates are stacked to the ceiling, aisles narrow and silent, each box stenciled with numbers, dates, and terse descriptions. A plastic-wrapped endoskeleton hand reaches upward from an open pallet, frozen mid-gesture. Somewhere a cooling fan hums, steady and low, as if the building itself is dreaming. Here, in these quiet hours, every tagged jaw, every numbered servo, every scorched fragment waits. A fragment of a story that refuses to be completely dismantled, holding its place in the tangled web of this history as we move, step by step, toward what Fazbear chooses to build next from these carefully documented remains. Springlock schematics. Dangerous technology in plain sight. From those catalogued scraps of metal and memory, we move into something far more deliberate and far more dangerous. The springlock suits are not rumours here, not whispered about in break rooms or buried in urban legends. They arrive in glossy binders and engineering packets, introduced to staff as proudly as any new menu item. Hybrid costumes that promise flexibility in the daylight and mechanical autonomy in the quiet hours after closing. Each suit comes with a user manual thick enough to stop a falling endoskeleton, diagrams of torsion springs and locking pins spread across fold-out pages, warning labels printed in red ink that feels almost theatrical at first glance. We can almost see a night manager drifting slowly through orientation materials, initialing every line that explains how a human performer can share space with an animatronic frame, so long as the springlocks stay dry, stable, correctly wound, and never, I'm ever jarred by sudden movement. Early on, the engineers do their diligence, and the paper trail reflects it with almost painful clarity. Stress tests show that humidity causes the mechanisms to slip, that sweat and condensation creep into the metal like restless spirits, that a bumped shoulder or a spilled drink can translate into catastrophic failure. Risk assessments pile up into thick binders of their own, outlining strict protocols. Only trained staff may enter the suits, only for limited windows, only with a second employee present to verify every latch and lever every time. Inside Fazbear's offices, the debates unfold in email threads and meeting minutes that read, in this timeline, like a slow-motion argument with fate. Some executives and safety officers argue for full retirement of the technology, pointing to charts of near misses and liability projections, while others insist the springlock line is too iconic to abandon, that its nostalgic silhouette is part of the brand's legacy, that the flexibility of performer or robot in one shell is worth the managed danger. Eventually, inevitably, one of those quiet tragedies arrives, and this time it is not hidden in haunted shadows or brushed off as a freak accident. A springlock failure occurs during a rehearsal, mechanisms snapping back into place with mechanical indifference around a living body, and every second afterward is documented. Maintenance logs, humidity readings, shift reports, paramedic notes, hospital charts. The victim's family does not receive denial or evasive press releases. They receive a stack of documents so heavy it seems to bow the table, a proof that the danger was known, modelled, and tolerated. Regulators respond like a cold front moving through a stale room. Hearings are convened, near bans drafted, and Fazbear is forced to justify every remaining suit, to log every single time a springlock mechanism is engaged, to treat each activation as a potential catastrophe rather than a performance trick. And yet, even under this scrutiny, one particular suit lingers in service longer than it should, its serial number carefully recorded, its service history written down line by line, while its true significance drifts just out of focus, waiting in the tangled web of this history for the night when a desperate man will step inside and try to hide from more than just corporate oversight. The night William stayed, a recorded disappearance into the walls. And when that suit finally reaches its appointed night, it does not happen in a bustling restaurant, but in a place already half forgotten. The building is decommissioned, the carpets torn in strips, the posters curling at the edges, yet the cameras still blink their red lights in the quiet hours, and the door readers still hum softly, maintained just enough for insurance and liability. It feels abandoned, but on the network map, it is still a living node in Fazbear's long, troubled history. William Afton arrives after midnight. His car never appears on a guard's clipboard because there are no guards anymore, only automated schedules and empty swivel chairs. Yet his keycard chirps obediently against the front reader. In the access logs, a line is added with the same calm font as any other. His name, his ID number, the precise second he steps inside. Motion sensors wake up one by one, following his path through the shadows like tired eyes that no longer have a human watcher. We can imagine the grainy footage, drifting slowly from camera to camera as he moves deeper into the dark. In one hallway, his outline is sharp. In the next, he becomes a blur of pixels, shoulders hunched, head turning back more often than forward, as if he can feel restless spirits at his heels. Somewhere, a temperature sensor notes a sudden drop. Somewhere else, a mic tagged as defective still records a faint, breathless muttering that no one will listen to until much later. When the animatronic shells stir in the distance, when echoes of metal on tile send him into panic, the system sees only acceleration. A heart rate wearable tied to his employee wellness profile spikes, then disconnects. He reaches the old backstage room, and there, in the haunted shadows of storage, the Spring Bonnie suit waits with its serial number, its maintenance tags, its carefully updated service history. The camera in that room is misaligned, pointed slightly too high, so we do not see him climb inside, only the jerking ears, the trembling shoulders, the sudden violent collapse. The logs fill in what the lens cannot. A cluster of pressure sensors inside the suit report catastrophic failure. A maintenance alert flags spring lock misalignment. A short power surge trips a breaker, then resets. By the time an automated system sends a quiet email to a long-defunct safety inbox, the room is still again. And William Afton is lying on the floor, half man, half twisted mascot, the legacy of every quiet tragedy he orchestrated closing in around him. He is not found quickly. Days pass, then weeks, while the building waits in electronic silence. Eventually, a scheduled audit and a missed keycard sign-out trigger an internal review. A contractor is dispatched. The doors are unlocked with a master override, and the discovery is documented step by step. Date-stamped photos, body position, suit condition, the exact coordinates of every bloodstain. This time, nothing is brushed aside. A full investigation unfolds. Forensic teams strip the spring-lock suit in a sterile lab, cataloguing every broken mechanism and every trace of DNA. Detectives, already familiar with his name from years of missing children reports and remnant rumors, finally have a corpse to match to their cold files. Old case numbers are cross-referenced with Fazbear's newly transparent archives. Security footage from the original Freddy's, maintenance logs from Circus Babies, incident reports once buried in legal departments now handed over in thick unredacted stacks. In court documents and press conferences, the narrative is clear and formal. William Afton, identified beyond doubt, is declared deceased. His employment is terminated retroactively. His criminal file is marked as closed. His known and suspected murders attached to a single horrifying end that the public can see, can read about, can fold into the official timeline. A funeral home receives his remains. A grave, under a false name for security, is quietly filled. For many families, so this is the first time their grief has a body to point to. And yet, even as the company leans into this moment of accountability, there are details that do not sit entirely still. Technicians reviewing the footage notice brief glitches near his final steps, as if other shapes are trying to form in the static. An internal memo notes unexplained interference in the building's electrical system at the exact minute of his death, a pattern that seems to echo faint anomalies logged years earlier around the original animatronics. A junior analyst, cross-checking timestamps, realizes that several cameras in distant storage rooms activated in perfect synchrony with the spring lock's failure, though no motion is visible on screen. Outside the walls of that decommissioned site, Fazbear locations across the region report a strange, ungentle uptick in oddities. A birthday song plays at closing time with no one near the jukebox. A stage light tracks an empty spot on the floor as if following a child's slow dance. A night guard, reading the new, brutally honest safety manual, still swears he can hear whispering in the vents that sounds like children repeating the same name, over and over, in voices that are both relieved and furious. In the community, the official story settles like dust. Newspapers print the photographs released by the investigation, carefully blurred but unmistakable. Talk shows discuss the paradox of a company finally telling the truth while admitting it harbored a serial killer for years. Online forums, with access to public records and the company's unprecedented data dump, trace the tangled web of his actions from Fredbear's to his final night, and many of them choose to believe that this, at last, is an ending. The murderer is dead. The corporation has confessed. The cameras have caught everything that matters. But in quieter corners, doubt drifts slowly. Some employees notice that animatronics linked to his designs behave differently after his documented death. Their eyes tracking empty air, their servos humming at night as if responding to a command that no longer has a living sender. A regional manager, reviewing incident reports, circles a cluster of minor disturbances at locations he once oversaw. Toys found arranged in patterns that resemble police case numbers, security doors opening on their own at the exact minute of his recorded time of death. Children mentioning a friendly rabbit in the back hallway when no such costume is on the roster. Fazbear's new transparency policy means these stories are written down instead of buried. They appear in addendums, in late-night emails, in quietly updated safety bulletins that warn staff to treat all unexplained behavior as both technical and, potentially, paranormal. Officially, they remain anomalies without conclusion. Unofficially, they begin to form a second shadow timeline running beneath the clean printed one, a record of events that suggest William's influence has not stopped simply because his heart did. The paradox settles over everything like a thin layer of dust. On paper, in the eyes of the law and the careful language of corporate spokespeople, William Afton is gone, his legacy sealed inside a ruined springlock suit and a marked grave. Yet in the animatronic's lingering stares, and in the way children's drawings in new restaurants still feature a yellow rabbit, no one remembers adding to the character lineup. In the restless glitches that spike on system monitors at 3 a.m., there is the quiet sense that something of him remains. The paperwork says the story is over. The machinery and the whispers suggest we are only moving into a different chapter, one where death is documented, but not entirely obeyed, and where the next part of this history will have to reckon with a presence that refuses to stay buried, even when every form has been signed and every file has been stamped closed. Hauntings with a paper trail. Ghost stories in the age of FOIA, and once the files are stamped closed, yet the presence refuses to be, something subtle begins to happen in the quiet hours of this transparent timeline. The hauntings do not stay whispered rumors in back rooms and break rooms. They begin to bleed directly into the paperwork, into the same systems that once tried to tidy everything away. We move from autopsy reports and liability forms into a stranger archive, where the dead are not only buried, but cited. Former employees, night managers, and weary security guards start filing incident reports that read, at first glance, like any other workplace documentation. A maintenance tech notes unexplained movement of a decommissioned endoskeleton after power down. A closing shift supervisor mentions childlike laughter over the intercom when the building is empty. An inspector from the State Safety Board quietly adds a line about voices heard near sealed party room 4. These are not ghost stories told around a campfire. They are time-stamped, initialed, and attached to case numbers, drifting slowly into the company's growing digital vault. In a culture that has promised honesty from day one, these strange entries cannot be erased, even when the managers roll their eyes. Some reports are gently dismissed as fatigue, as the natural strain of working nights in haunted shadows of tragedy and fluorescent light. Yet policy now demands that every anomaly be logged, regardless of how credible it feels, so the language adapts. Alleged apparition observed in East Hallway, one form reads. Unverified auditory phenomenon resembling crying, says another. The supernatural is pressed into the same bland vocabulary used for leaky soda machines and faulty door locks, and that contrast is quietly unsettling. Journalists notice online communities, already tracing the tangled web of Fazbear's history, begin filing freedom of information requests, asking for any and all documents mentioning unusual activity at franchise locations. Months later, heavily redacted PDFs appear on public servers, black bars covering names, but leaving behind those chilling phrases, those careful descriptions of restless spirits translated into corporate prose. Amateur researchers pore over them, comparing dates, cross-referencing locations, mapping a ghost story through spreadsheets and scanned photocopies. For the families of the innocent victims, these files are painful to read, yet impossible to ignore. A mother sees an incident dated on what would have been her son's birthday, describing a small figure seen near his old favorite stage, and feels, for the first time, and that someone in authority has quietly admitted what she has always feared. A father reads about repeated sightings corresponding to prior casualty records and understands that his child's presence is being acknowledged, if only between the lines, in a system that once denied everything. These are quiet tragedies, now preserved in triplicate. As this archive grows, a new kind of legend forms, one that feels more grounded precisely because it is so carefully documented. The ghost story no longer lives only in rumors and dreams. Between the living and the dead blurs in databases and backup drives, preparing us for a future where hauntings will not be limited to hallways and party rooms, but will slip into code and networks as easily as they once slipped into fur and metal. In this version of the timeline, the ghosts of Fazbear do not just haunt corridors. They haunt archives, search results, and the quiet spaces between redacted lines of text, waiting for the next request to bring them flickering back into view. Blueprints for rebirth, planning the next Fazbear venture. And then, after the last round of disclosures, the timeline seems to exhale. For a while, there are no new incidents, no fresh headlines, only the lingering echo of court dates and settlements. One by one, the restaurants close, the mascots are retired, and Fazbear Entertainment enters a period of apparent dormancy, existing mostly as a name in legal archives and a faded logo on childhood birthday photos. And we drift through these years almost like a dream. Old locations are boarded up or repurposed, their haunted shadows replaced by discount furniture and tax offices. While former employees testify, victims' families negotiate, and insurance companies tally quiet tragedies into neat columns of numbers. Lawsuits are mostly settled, criminal inquiries wind down, and the brand's legacy retreats into nostalgia, whispered about on message boards and late-night talk shows, but rarely seen in the daylight anymore. Behind that silence, though, the paperwork never really stops. In the quiet hours of corporate law, names begin to shift. Fazbear Entertainment, Inc. files for restructuring, then merges with a modest hospitality group, which is in turn acquired by a holding company with a pleasant, forgettable name. Subsidiaries appear with acronyms instead of mascots. Shell companies are created to hold old patents and trademarks, and every step is properly registered, traceable, and yet woven into a tangled web that only dedicated auditors and restless spirits of the past would bother to follow. Inside these new entities, strategy documents start to circulate, written in calm, careful language. They outline a plan not just to reopen a pizzeria, but to relaunch the brand on a grander scale, promising transparency, rigorous safety, and cutting-edge entertainment technology that blends animatronics, AR, and immersive architecture. We see phrases like full regulatory compliance, independent safety audits, and public-facing incident reporting, sitting side by side with revenue projections and market analyses of multi-level family entertainment complexes. Early concept art shows bright atriums, indoor plazas, and towering stages, all under watchful security cameras and redundant fire exits. Architectural plans are submitted to zoning boards and safety commissions, wrapped in thick binders of impact studies and engineering reports. Public notices go up in local newspapers and on city websites, announcing hearings for a new family entertainment center. And for once, every permit and variance request is there in plain sight, inviting anyone to look. Yet, as we read more closely, a familiar tension begins to surface. For every page stressing guest safety, and there is another quietly recommending cost optimizations. Thinner walls between maintenance corridors and guest areas, reduced overnight staffing, shared power and network systems that will later let glitches travel like whispers through the building. The company is trying to do better, but old habits linger in the margins, where savings are measured in fractions and risks are described as acceptable. Some regulators and community members remember the history too clearly to be comforted. They attend hearings, bring photocopied clippings of past tragedies, and ask whether a company with this legacy should ever be trusted again. At first, their voices are sharp and steady, but meeting by meeting, they are met with polished presentations, third-party certifications, and carefully worded apologies that let the tale wash over you like a gentle tide. Step by step, concerns are acknowledged, addressed, and filed away. By the time the final feasibility studies are approved, something vast has already taken shape on paper. It is not yet the Pizzaplex, but the outline is there. A future complex designed to gather restaurants, arcades, and attractions under one enormous roof, and with them, all the history the brand can never quite escape. On blueprints and balance sheets, in zoning maps and safety diagrams, we can feel the next chapter assembling itself, drifting slowly from intention to inevitability, waiting for steel and concrete to give these plans a body to haunt. Michael's mission, now in writing, confessions, wills, and work orders. On those blueprints and balance sheets, we saw the future of Fazbear taking shape in careful lines and projected profits. But inside that future, walking quietly between the haunted shadows of one location after another, is a single man whose name keeps returning like a refrain. As the years pass, Michael often grows into that space, no longer the frightened child on the tapes, but an adult whose presence is written into the company's history in a different way, through forms, rosters, and incident reports that never quite say what he is really doing there. In staffing schedules for night shifts and maintenance rotations, his name appears again and again, drifting slowly from one troubled site to the next. We find him assigned to understaffed security posts, to after-hours repair work, to temporary contracts at restaurants that already carry the weight of quiet tragedies in their files. Each time there is a malfunction, a complaint about animatronic behavior, or a safety review that mentions unusual activity, Michael is nearby, and the timeline of his employment becomes its own kind of map, tracing a path through every place the restless spirits seem to gather. Around these official records, he begins to leave his own, more fragile traces of intent. There are short, polite emails to supervisors, volunteering for graveyard shifts that others avoid, offering to cover weekends, asking, too often to be coincidence, whether any positions are open at locations flagged internally as high risk. There are notes to himself, scrawled in margins of maintenance manuals, reminders about access codes and ventilation routes, and perhaps, a private journal where the language finally loosens, and he can admit that he is not there for a paycheck, but for penance. Somewhere along the way, we can imagine Michael sitting in a quiet room, the hum of distant machinery in the walls, and composing a longer statement that no manager will ever see. It might be a letter meant for a sister who never answers, or for a mother already gone, or simply for whoever finds it after the end. In it, he would try to explain what he believes about his father, about the children whose names never made it to the posters, about the animatronics that move like cages for stolen lives. He would not know all the science of remnant or the tangled web of corporate deals, but he would know, with a gentle, aching certainty, that something is trapped and that he is meant to set it free. Most of these words stay hidden, folded into notebooks, or saved as unsent drafts, living only in the quiet hours between shifts. Others, though, are pulled into the system, whether he wants them to be or not. HR intake forms record his repeated requests for transfer to newly reopened properties with a history of prior incidents. Work orders bear his signature next to tasks that no one else volunteered for. Late-night endoskeleton inspections, power-down procedures in wings already rumored to be haunted, manual overrides on security doors that never quite behave. Inside the company, these patterns do not go unnoticed. Internal emails circulate between mid-level managers, written in that cautious, professional tone that never uses the word obsessed, but circles it closely. Why does this one employee keep asking for the worst posts? Why does he stay longer than his scheduled hours, lingering in camera rooms, maintenance tunnels, and backstage corridors after everyone else has gone home? Step by step, even the act of questioning him becomes another layer of documentation, another memo, another note in a personnel file. The contrast is striking. On one side, the dry language of policy and liability, speaking of risk mitigation, voluntary reassignment, and employee-initiated placement at legacy sites. On the other, the unspoken weight of Michael's true mission, pressing down on every line. He is not chasing overtime. He's chasing ghosts, walking willingly into the places where his father's legacy still clings to metal and wire, hoping that, by tending to these broken machines, he can ease the suffering of the innocent children bound inside them. If we pull back now and let the tale wash over you, we can almost see it. In a quiet records room, far from the main dining areas and birthday songs, there is a narrow drawer filled with hanging folders. In one of them rests a small, unremarkable stack of papers bearing the same name, the same careful signature, over and over. Employment agreements, transfer requests, incident acknowledgements, and a single sealed envelope marked to be opened in the event of, with the rest smudged away. Long after his footsteps fade from the carpeted halls, those pages will remain, waiting for some future investigator to piece together the story of a man who walked into danger on purpose, trying, in his own flawed way, to end the cycle his family began. A brand that refuses to die. Licensing, spin-offs, Bartan the road to the megaplex. Those pages wait in the dark, and while they wait, the company refuses to disappear. Even as full-scale restaurants close under the weight of lawsuits, inspections, and grieving families, the Freddy Fazbear name does not go quietly into history. It drifts instead into smaller corners of everyday life, where the lights are softer, the risks feel lower, and the legacy can be repackaged as harmless nostalgia. We see it first in the arcades. Not full dining rooms, but single cabinets pushed against the walls of malls and movie theaters. Licensed Freddy Fazbear rhythm games, claw machines with plush bears, ticket dispensers crowned with a smiling Bonnie face. Each machine exists because a contract was signed, and because a regional operator agreed to terms that now stretch like a tangled web across states and shopping centers, spelling out maintenance schedules, safety certifications, and liability clauses in quiet, careful language. Party rental companies follow, drifting slowly into the picture. Instead of permanent stages, there are traveling animatronic booths, inflatable Freddy mascots, and interactive photo kiosks that promise children a gentle supervised encounter with characters their parents remember from the news. Insurance policies multiply. Every rented unit must be inspected, logged, photographed, tagged. The paper trail that once lived only in back offices now spreads into carnivals, family entertainment centers, and birthday halls with disposable tablecloths and low ceilings. In these scattered places, our minor anomalies begin to surface. A claw machine that powers on by itself after closing. A rented Freddy head that turns a few degrees against its mechanical limits. Captured on a grainy overnight camera. A prize dispenser that plays the wrong jingle. One associated with a long-closed location. Third-party operators file incident reports and warranty claims, describing glitches that echo old patterns in language that feels eerily familiar. Unresponsive during the day, unusually active in the quiet hours, unsettling to staff. Because this is the honest version of Fazbear. Every complaint is preserved. The corporate office, now more archivist than magician, tracks them in color-coded folders and slowly expanding databases. They map which characters misbehave, which circuits fail, or which regions generate the most haunted shadows in their metrics. Step by step, a picture emerges that is less about individual machines and more about a restless brand identity, a sense that wherever Freddy goes, something follows. Yet the numbers tell a different story. Licensing revenue climbs. market analyses point out that despite everything, recognition of the Freddy Fazbear name remains high and, in some demographics, oddly affectionate. Consultants argue that scattered attractions are hard to monitor, hard to standardize, and that a centralized flagship could finally align safety, storytelling, and oversight. So early planning documents appear. At first they are modest, proposals for a larger family center, a combined arcade and dining complex, but they grow with each revision, adding hotels, indoor rides, digital arenas, and towering atriums. On blueprints and in feasibility studies, a single phrase begins to repeat: one campus, one system, one story. The megaplex is not named yet, but it is already dreaming behind the ink. By the time the last of the small contracts is renewed, every lease, every safety report, every quiet tragedy has been fed into the models that justify one enormous, brightly lit building. All roads on the corporate network diagram bend toward that point. All case files become footnotes in its risk assessments, and we can feel even now that every old story is quietly walking toward the same set of automatic doors, waiting to be welcomed back inside. A franchise in the open, when every location has a paper trail. All of that data, all of those careful assessments, lead us into a new rhythm for Fazbear's growth, a quieter, almost mechanical cadence that feels very different from the jump cuts of the original timeline. Instead of a pizzeria appearing overnight on a busy corner, we watch, drifting slowly, as each proposal becomes a file number, a docket entry, a date on a public calendar. The haunted shadows of Fredbears, the missing children incident, the bites and malfunctions, are not rumors now. They are paragraphs in official summaries, attached like a permanent echo to every new dream of expansion. When Fazbear submits plans for a fresh location, the process starts automatically, like a script the whole country has learned by heart. A planning department flags the name, background checks spool up, and an alert goes out to schedule public hearings, step by step, before anyone can even imagine a ribbon cutting, and neighbors receive notices in their mailboxes. Community boards add Fazbear Entertainment, new site review to their agendas. And sitting quietly in the supporting documents are full recaps of past tragedies, written in patient bureaucratic language that somehow makes the horror feel even colder. Zoning boards, once concerned mostly with parking spaces and noise levels, now ask for safety histories and animatronic specifications as a matter of routine. City councils request AI behavior reports, complete with logs of anomalous actions, emergency shut-off procedures, and third-party audits of pathfinding and facial recognition. Before a single brick is laid, there are diagrams of escape routes, tables of failure rates, and cross-references to earlier incidents where similar systems failed innocent guests. The legacy of every broken spring lock and every restless spirit is translated into clauses, footnotes, and conditions of approval. This stands in quiet contrast to the canon pattern we know, where restaurants seem to bloom without warning and then close under a cloud of rumor. Here, the opening is slower, more exposed, and almost ceremonial in its transparency. Parents considered home and read on a municipal website about the children taken in 1985, about the bite of 83, about the lawsuits that followed. They can see, in black and white, that the same corporate entity now wants to build 3 blocks from their child's school, and they are invited to speak, to object, or to let the tale wash over them and choose acceptance. Atmospherically, it creates a strange tension. Fazbear's marketing teams design bright posters and cheerful mascots, while every permit, blueprint, and inspection form quietly references events that once lived only as whispered legends. The company tries to frame each new restaurant as a fresh start, but the paperwork insists on continuity, on a tangled web of cause and effect stretching back decades through this alternate history. In the quiet hours after a hearing adjourns, we can almost feel the weight of that record, as if the buildings themselves will be constructed not only from steel and drywall, but from archived sorrow. And as more locations move through this process, one after another, the pattern becomes familiar enough that people stop being surprised, even as they remain uneasy. We are left with a world where the ghosts are acknowledged, but where the shadows are named aloud. Yet the doors still open, the lights still turn on, and somewhere in the background, another application is already being filed, carrying the same long list of tragedies into the next town's agenda. Animatronics under glass, transparent tech, and documented ghosts. So from that world of acknowledged ghosts and signed liability waivers, we drift one layer deeper into the glass cases and glowing screens where the animatronics themselves are laid bare. Fazbear, pressed on all sides by regulators and restless parents, responds in the way a modern company knows best, with documents, with diagrams, with white papers that turn fear into neat columns and numbered sections. They publish full technical breakdowns of every model, from the classic mascots to the more experimental units, and these reports move quietly through the public record like a new kind of haunted history. You can read about servo torque limits and joint tolerances, about AI pathfinding trees and facial recognition thresholds, and then, in the same calm font, a line that notes, "Stage left service door closed with no registered input at 2:13, investigation ongoing." One page will explain how motion sensors filter background noise, while the next attaches a maintenance log where the night guard swears he heard children laughing in an empty party room, captured faintly on the audio channel after hours. Step by step, the strange becomes standardized. Doors that shut on their own are tagged as uncommanded mechanical events. Pathfinding routines that wake up in the quiet hours with no child in sight are marked as spontaneous activation and a cause undetermined. A technician resets a roaming pattern, watches the animatronic stand perfectly still, and later files an incident report when the same unit is recorded drifting slowly down a hallway, head turning toward a camera that, according to the logs, it does not know exists. Inside these facilities, the people closest to the machines learn to speak about hauntings without ever using the word. Third-party auditors arrive with clipboards and checklists, and they treat every anomaly as another data point, another line in a tangled web of small, persistent errors. They timestamp the phantom footsteps, they archive the corrupted camera frames, they save the audio where a soft voice whispers a name that matches an old police report. Officially, it is all noise in the system. Unofficially, in the break rooms and in quiet corners of email threads, a few of them admit that something colder and older seems to be moving through the circuits, following patterns that no firmware patch can quite erase. Because Fazbear has promised transparency, none of this stays hidden. Parents can request the logs before booking a birthday party. Journalists file public records requests and receive entire zip files of incident reports, watching as quiet tragedies unfold in time-stamped lines. Online communities mirror everything, turning rumors that once lived in hushed conversations into searchable archives and annotated PDFs. You can lie in bed, phone in hand, and scroll through a decade of documented ghosts, strings of error codes, unexplained power spikes at 3 a.m., start and end of shift note, where a mechanic writes that Bonnie seems sad when powered down, then crosses it out. The language remains clinical, but the effect is gently ominous. We find ourselves reading about possible possession rendered as ticket numbers and patch notes, as if the restless spirits have been forced to file help desk requests to be acknowledged. It becomes normal to see a line that says, "Childlike singing detected in decommissioned showroom, no source found," and to move on to the next entry as though this were just another minor defect in a long product line. And somewhere, buried in those archives, a new pattern begins to emerge, one that no one notices at first, but which will pull this timeline toward an even darker revelation. The children remember growing up in a world that knows, and while that new pattern waits, unnoticed in the background of corporate servers and legal backups, life keeps moving forward above it, almost peacefully. Years pass. The scandals that once dominated headlines drift slowly into the archives, and a different generation meets Fazbear entertainment not through breaking news, but through search bars, recommendation algorithms, and quiet hours spent glowing in the light of a tablet screen. For these children, the missing children incident is not a rumor whispered on a playground, but a case file with a number, a date, and a PDF download button. They scroll past the grainy security photos and typed witness statements the way others might skim ghost stories. Except these haunted shadows come with court seals, deposition schedules, and scanned signatures from grieving parents. Afton's crimes are laid out in methodical timelines and redacted reports, each blacked out line only deepening the sense that this is not an urban legend, but a documented wound in their country's history. Some of them become fascinated. They memorize docket numbers the way earlier kids memorized cheat codes, trading details at sleepovers about which animatronic was linked to which victim, and which location had the highest number of recorded anomalous events in the safety logs. In the dim light of a bedroom, they pull up old press conferences and apology statements, comparing the careful language of executives to the raw, unedited police interviews beneath, and the tragedy slowly turns into a kind of morbid trivia game they can recite by heart. Others feel something different. For them, and the bright new Fazbear commercials, with their soft colors and gentle slogans about safety, never quite drown out the quiet tragedies they've already seen in archived footage. They hesitate when a birthday invitation mentions a Fazbear-branded play zone, or when a new line of plushies appears in a store window, smiling cheerfully despite the heavy legacy stitched into their design. They may not have the words for it yet, but they carry a quiet, instinctive unease, as though the brand itself is walking beside them like a shadow. Fazbear, fully aware that its history is now searchable by anyone with a browser, leans into a new performance. Transparency with training wheels. We see animated safety campaigns where cartoon versions of Freddy and Chica teach children about emergency exits and stranger danger, and gently reframing past negligence as a lesson learned. We see museum-style memorial corners in restaurants with polished plaques that mention lives lost and honoring their memory, but avoid the more unsettling details of possession, remnant, or restless spirits. Carefully worded FAQ pages explain that yes, tragedies occurred, but that the company has moved forward step by step, with improved protocols and round-the-clock monitoring. And yet, even wrapped in this careful narrative, Something else stirs in the background of this new childhood. Among the kids who scroll and read and watch, a few feel more than curiosity or fear. They feel a strange pull, a sense that the animatronics in those old photos are looking back at them through the screen. They linger too long on footage of empty stages and flickering cameras. They dream of metal faces turning toward them in the dark, and they wake with the unsettling conviction that the documented past is not finished, that this timeline is still being written, and that somewhere behind the glass of history, someone is waiting to be noticed. Michael Afton in the spotlight, a life lived on the record. And in that uneasy quiet, where people wake with the sense that someone behind the glass is waiting to be noticed, one name keeps surfacing in articles, in podcasts, in late-night message boards that never really sleep. Michael Afton. The boy in the background of so many early reports, now an adult trying, very quietly, to move through a world that has already filed him under person of interest in a haunted legacy. On paper, he only wants a small life, and a rented apartment with thin walls and a door that locks properly, a job that pays enough, nights that pass without sirens or headlines. Yet every attempt to settle is slowed by the same gentle bureaucratic drag. Background checks that flag his family name, archived interviews where a teenage Michael answers questions about his missing siblings, leaked internal memos that list him as temporary night staff or on-site technician at multiple Fazbear locations. Each time he fills out a new hire form, the system quietly reaches back into the haunted shadows of public records and pulls his past into the present. We can imagine the visible trail he leaves behind, step by step, because in this version of the timeline, nothing is buried. There is the night guard position at a struggling Freddy's, his signature on sign-in sheets that later appear in court exhibits and true crime documentaries. There is the underground technician job at Circus Baby's facility, payroll records showing hazard differentials and overtime, cross-referenced by investigators, with nights when security footage captured animatronics moving against their programming. There is a brief, uncomfortable stretch as a temporary manager during a reopening phase. His name on staff memos about safety drills and closing procedures, preserved in email archives that journalists request under disclosure laws. The more he tries to fade, the clearer his outline becomes. Every transfer, every W-2, every grainy clip of him walking past a camera at 3 a.m. turns into another thread in the tangled web that researchers trace across corkboards and digital timelines. And people speak his name with a quiet curiosity in documentaries, asking what he knew and when he knew it. And that same question follows him into everyday life, tucked into casual conversations, job interviews, even awkward dates where the other person has already read the public files. Inside, Michael lives in a slow collision of exhaustion and duty. He wants, deeply, to atone, to understand the full reach of his father's work, to give the restless spirits that circle these places some measure of peace. But he is tired of forms, of depositions, of being asked to relive quiet tragedies in fluorescent rooms while lawyers watch him blink. Some nights he walks home under dim streetlights, feeling as if the cameras on the corners are not just recording him, but waiting for him to finally say everything. Over time, that pressure shifts from something he runs from into something he leans toward. If the story will be written with or without him, perhaps it should at least be written correctly. Slowly, he begins to answer calls he once ignored, to sit with independent investigators and patient officers, not as a suspect but as a witness choosing to cooperate fully. His personal quest to track rumors, to revisit old sites in the quiet hours, starts to merge with official case files and published histories, until his own words become part of the record we are drifting slowly through tonight. Yet as Michael opens up, as he hands over memories like evidence, another question waits in the background of every interview, unspoken but heavy. If he helps the world finally understand what happened in the past, what will that truth awaken in the present? Now, Afton Robotics in the sunlight, when the side company can't hide. And in that question, in that uneasy awareness that the past is no longer sleeping, we find our attention drawn to a company that was never meant to stand in the sunlight. On paper, Afton Robotics, LLC, begins as a quiet little side venture, a technical supplier with a forgettable name, tucked neatly beside Fazbear Entertainment on the corporate registry. Yet, in this version of the timeline, there is no room for haunted shadows in the filing cabinets, no space for shell games with ownership and liability. Step by step, investigators trace addresses, board members, and bank accounts, until the illusion of separation collapses into a single, tangled web of responsibility. And procurement records show Fazbear paying Afton Robotics for custom endoskeletons and experimental control modules. Subpoenaed emails reveal William copying himself on both sides of the conversation, approving his own bids and reassuring his own executives. What used to be whispered speculation becomes a paper trail you can hold in your hands. We see contracts referencing spring lock maintenance, emergency response procedures, and non-standard safety waivers, and we understand, slowly, that the same mind guiding the restaurants is guiding the machines that fill them. Regulators, now fully awake to the pattern of quiet tragedies, respond with a different kind of pressure. They demand complete design disclosures from Afton Robotics. Every spring lock mechanism mapped out in patient diagrams, and every endoskeleton framework broken down into joints and servos. Every experimental AI module documented with training data and behavioral safeguards. In long, quiet hours of hearings, each blueprint is laid beside photographs of injuries, incident reports and coroner's notes, and the lines begin to match. The suits that were supposed to entertain are linked directly and uncomfortably to the bodies they failed. This scrutiny does not stop at the surface. It seeps into the labs themselves, into sterile rooms where William once moved freely, testing how far he could push metal and code before they pushed back. Now, inspections are scheduled and unannounced. Safety officers walk past workbenches. Compliance checklists sit on clipboards like patient ghosts. To keep his more secretive work alive, William has to move faster, are rushing iterations, cutting corners in places that are not yet watched, disguising his most disturbing experiments under the thinnest legal justifications he can draft. We glimpse patent filings that speak in careful, bloodless language about self-stabilizing exoskeletal assemblies and persistent behavioral imprinting, while safety review boards circle the same quiet question again and again. What is Afton trying to achieve with machines that refuse to stay lifeless, with characters whose performances do not end when the curtains close? As these questions echo through meeting rooms and court transcripts, the restless spirits behind the metal remain unmentioned, but not unfelt. And as this shared history of flesh, steel, and liability is forced into the open, and the stage is quietly set for the next escalation, when the technology itself begins to remember, and the legacy of these designs reaches beyond any single building or body. Sister location, public knowledge. A facility that never stays off the map. And as this shared history of flesh, steel, and liability is dragged into the light, we drift slowly toward the next layer of the tangled web, where the buildings themselves begin to vanish from maps, while their presence lingers in numbers and paper trails. On the surface, there is nothing but a quiet, unremarkable property listed under a shell company tied to Afton Robotics, LLC, a patch of land that should have been empty, yet refuses to behave like an empty lot. County property records show repeated permits for subgrade reinforcement, unusual excavation depths, and a baffling sequence of electrical upgrades that make no sense for a vacant parcel. The power company, bound now by transparency laws forged in earlier Fazbear tragedies, logs a constant heavy draw of electricity, night after night, like a small factory that never sleeps beneath the soil. Investigative journalists, already familiar with the legacy of Fazbear's quiet tragedies, begin to notice. A data analyst cross-references those power spikes with shipping manifests, and the pattern emerges slowly but clearly. Refrigerated trucks arriving at odd hours, containers labeled with innocuous codes that trace back to Afton Robotics rental division. Step by step, they pull internal emails through subpoenas and leaks. I'm reading lines about client events, private performances, and containment protocols that sound less like party planning and more like a lab talking about dangerous animals. We watch, in this version of the timeline, as the purpose of this underground complex is not a rumor whispered in haunted shadows, but a dossier built in broad daylight. There are references to experimental endoskeletons, to modular faces and controlled shocks, to animatronics shipped out for birthdays and corporate retreats, and then quietly returned to the bunker below. Safety reports mention behavioral anomalies and unauthorized movement outside assigned performance windows. Written in the same calm, clinical tone that once tried to explain away the missing children incident. Into this already documented place walks Michael Afton, as his descent is no longer a purely private act of penance, but a journey that leaves a trail behind him. Phone records show calls between him and remnants of Fazbear management, terse conversations about making this right. His car's GPS logs a repeated route to the nondescript access road. Cell tower pings mark him disappearing into a signal dead zone, then flickering back hours later, each visit stretching longer, as if the building itself is holding him. One night, in the quiet hours before dawn, emergency services receive a garbled call from deep underground. Fragments of static, a strained voice mentioning rental units, malfunctioning restraints, and something inside the walls. Protocols put in place after earlier tragedies activate almost automatically now. Authorities trace the call. I coordinate with journalists who already have files open on Afton Robotics and converge on the site that was never meant to stay off the map. The breach is methodical. Cameras follow hazmat suits down freight elevators, past rows of dormant fun-time shells and stained test chambers, documenting everything for courts and public records. The footage is horrifying, but clear. Until it isn't. Corrupted segments stutter and smear. Entire minutes replaced with visual noise and flickers of faces that do not match any known model. Audio logs pick up children's laughter where no children were present, and a warped, pleading voice layered beneath Michael's own. As we let the tale wash over us, we are left with a gentle, unsettling question. In a facility finally forced into the open, why do so many files still look like something down there refused to be seen? Documenting the undead. When possession makes it into the report, those missing pieces in the underground footage become, in the months that follow, less like technical errors and more like the first cracks in a dam. At first, the investigators tried to stay grounded, to keep everything in the realm of wiring diagrams and the software patches, but the evidence they collect in those quiet hours beneath the Pizzaplex will not stay obedient for long. One report describes an overnight test where power to a service wing is deliberately cut, breakers locked out, batteries removed, systems drained, until the building should be resting in perfect mechanical sleep. Yet the cameras record Monty's shell lurching forward 3 steps, a head tracking a figure that is not there, servos whining with no current, as if some other current were drifting slowly through the metal. Another file notes a microphone in a sealed party room, tagged as dead hardware, capturing a faint chorus of children's voices at 3:17 a.m., layered with a single hoarse whisper that matches no employee on record. Step by step, the language of the paperwork begins to fray. Early drafts talk about unexplained phenomena, non-reproducible anomalies, behavior inconsistent with program routines, as if the right phrase might pull everything back into the realm of the manageable. But attached statements from guards and technicians, written after too many nights alone with the haunted shadows of the complex, start using other words. One security officer simply writes, the Chica unit is haunted, then crosses it out, then writes it again, darker. There are incident logs from the sister locations as well, now released instead of buried. A freight elevator camera in an old rental facility shows an endoskeleton turning its head to follow a crying child who only appears in the reflection of the metal wall. A maintenance tech at a defunct Freddy swears, under oath, that Bonnie looked directly into a lens mounted behind its own eye, an angle no joint could physically allow, as if the viewer and the viewed had traded places for a moment. The official summaries still reach for calm, clinical terms, but the attached audio, the still frames, the restless spirits caught mid-motion, tell a different story. As the archive grows, outside eyes begin to circle. A small university's psychology department submits a formal request for access, describing Fazbear Entertainment as a unique longitudinal environment of repeated, location-bound trauma, a living museum of quiet tragedies that refuse to resolve. A private parapsychology foundation offers to fund long-term monitoring, not as a ghost hunt, they insist, but as a study in how grief and violence might embed themselves in circuits and walls. We watch, along with them, as legal documents and academic proposals start to share the same uneasy vocabulary, the same acknowledgement that this timeline is no longer just about negligence and faulty bolts. The question shifts, gently but decisively, from "Is any of this really happening?" to something heavier. If a company's history has given rise to a population of dead it cannot release, what duty does it owe them? And as more researchers and lawyers file their careful, sleepless requests, Fazbear is forced to consider whether its legacy is not only the harm done to the living, but the obligations it now carries to those who will never again wake from the dream of its restaurants. In the next stretch of this tangled web, we'll see how that realization shapes policy, profit, and penance, as the boardroom table becomes just another kind of seance table, ringed by people trying to speak for the ones who can only speak through machines. Public trials, private nightmares, courtrooms, haunted by evidence. And so the boardroom becomes a seance table, and the next natural step, in a country that loves both justice and spectacle, is the courtroom. We move now into televised hearings and public trials, where the tangled web of Fazbear's history is laid out in neat, numbered exhibits, while the nation watches from living rooms and glowing phone screens, drifting slowly between outrage and morbid curiosity. The camera lingers on polished wood, on flags, on the solemn faces of jurors, but we know that just behind their careful expressions, other images are playing. On the monitors in evidence, security footage rolls in quiet loops, an empty party room at closing, an animatronic's head turning a few degrees too far, a child moving off frame and never coming back. Lawyers speak calmly of liability and negligence, of foreseeability and corporate culture, while those 12 strangers in the box replay again and again. The moment the shadows in a hallway seem to thicken around a tiny, innocent shape, and the law demands clear causes and measurable harm, but the footage feels like watching restless spirits pace inside metal cages. Expert witnesses take the stand, step by step, to explain how a servo should behave, how a facial recognition subroutine is supposed to prioritize safety, how AI unpredictability is modeled, graphed, and insured against. One engineer describes fail-safes that should have frozen a jaw assembly long before it could close on anything soft. Another outlines how pathfinding code can, in rare cases, create what looks like intentional stalking. They speak in standards and probabilities, in gentle technical language, and every so often one of them hesitates, searching for a word that will not be haunted. They talk about emergent behavior, anomalous logs, corrupted data, and you can feel them brushing against something inexplicable, then quietly stepping back. Then come the victim impact statements, and the room changes. Parents and siblings walk to the microphone with crumpled papers and shaking hands, and the legal vocabulary falls away, replaced by the raw, quiet tragedies of birthdays that will never be celebrated. Bedrooms left exactly as they were, tiny shoes still by the door. But woven into the grief, in this version of events where Fazbear told the truth from the beginning, are other details the cameras cannot quite categorize. A mother speaks of a recurring dream in which her child's laughter echoes from inside a familiar mascot's chest cavity. A brother describes seeing his sister's favorite character standing at the foot of his bed, motionless, every few nights at 2:37 a.m., and another family admits, in a trembling whisper, that they keep visiting the shuttered restaurant's parking lot because it feels somehow like their children are still nearby. Judges allow some of this, then gently steer them back to dates and diagnoses, to therapy bills and lost wages. Yet the haunted shadows of those confessions linger in the quiet hours after court adjourns. Outside, class action attorneys talk on the courthouse steps about damages and deterrence, while inside, jurors sign verdict forms with hands that have not quite stopped shaking. Verdicts are reached, criminal sentences are read, settlements are announced, and the headlines declare closure. But as we let the tale wash over us, we notice the sealed exhibits logged on the docket, the redacted pages in public filings, the brief, uncomfortable references to proprietary behavioral data that never made it to the public feed, and we are left to wonder what, exactly, was too disturbing to show a nation that had already seen so much. In the next phase of this timeline, those missing fragments will quietly reappear, not in court, but in labs, in backrooms, and in code. The brand that wouldn't die. Nostalgia in spite of everything. And as those fragments slip from the courtroom into backrooms and code, something unexpected happens in the wider world. Fazbear entertainment does not vanish. It lingers, it drifts, like a half-remembered dream you wake from in the quiet hours. both comforting and unsettling at the same time, refusing to let go of the culture that tried so hard to understand it. By the time we reach the late 2000s and early 2000s in this timeline, there is already a first generation of adults who grew up with the company's full confession, humming quietly in the background, and they remember birthday parties under fluorescent lights, cheap pizza, and the soft clatter of arcade tokens hitting metal trays. They remember posing with Freddy while, on the news crawl beneath the TV in the lobby, commentators debated liability and hauntings, and they carry that dual image with them into adulthood, their innocent memories permanently braided together with the knowledge of lawsuits, missing children, and restless spirits that never quite found peace. In online forums and late-night calls, they tell each other, slowly and carefully, about the time the animatronics sang off-key during a safety inspection, or how their parents signed extra waivers at the front desk, hands shaking just a little, and yet still stayed for the show. For them, Fazbear is not just a restaurant. It is a tangled web of childhood joy and documented tragedy, a place where birthday photos share the same dates as maintenance logs describing anomalous behavior and unexplained cold spots. Corporate branding, sensing this strange attachment, leans into it without ever fully embracing the horror. We see retro reboots with bright, rounded character designs, plushies in pastel colors, and soundtracks that echo the old jingles while smoothing out their haunted shadows. There are carefully curated museum exhibits sponsored by the reorganized company, where glass cases hold original show tapes and sanitized endoskeletons, and plaques speak in gentle, measured language about operational incidents and historical context, trying to separate the fun Fazbear from the tragic Fazbear, even as the documents on nearby touchscreens refuse to draw such a clean line. Because the paper trail is all public, fans treat it like another kind of merch. Scanned court documents, maintenance reports, and AI behavior charts circulate on message boards the way fan art and headcanons might in another franchise. And people annotate them, highlight them, and build timelines out of them, step by step. A faded photocopy of a 1987 safety audit becomes as iconic as a poster. A redacted witness statement is shared like a ghost story, read in the dark while the glow of a monitor throws quiet shadows across the room. Over time, this archive becomes its own mythology, and we watch as content creators produce document readings instead of theory videos, letting the tale wash over their viewers as they fall asleep to legal language and incident numbers. And the quiet tragedies hidden in those lines become the new law. The brand survives not by pretending to be innocent, but by allowing its guilt to be catalogued, collected, and, in a strange way, cherished. There is a gentle, aching irony in this, because every plush, every remastered soundtrack, every exhibit ticket is haunted by the knowledge that none of it had to happen, and yet did. And as the company leans further into digital spaces, into VR headsets and augmented overlays, that uneasy nostalgia will follow it, pressing in at the edges of every new experiment that dares to wear the Freddy name. Our blueprints of a megaplex, planning the pizzaplex, under watchful eyes. And so, as the company leans into apps and headsets and curated nostalgia, we arrive at the moment where a different kind of ambition takes shape, not in pixels this time, but in steel and glass. The pitch is simple on the surface. Fazbear Entertainment announces a bold, rehabilitative step, one vast, unified entertainment complex that will, in their words, finally put the past to rest. They call it a pizzaplex. And from the very first press conference, the language is quiet, careful, almost ceremonial. We hear about a fully transparent safety-first design, about layered oversight, about a place where families can drift through neon corridors without ever worrying about the haunted shadows of earlier locations. They do not hide the tragedies anymore. Instead, they fold them into the sales pitch, pointing to a long, painful history as the reason this new dream must be different. It is a strange comfort, and yet, as we are drifting slowly through this timeline, it feels a little like standing in a memorial that has not been built yet, because in a world where they chose honesty from the beginning, a project of that scale cannot simply appear overnight. Environmental impact statements are drafted, revised, then published to public servers, each one describing soil composition, groundwater patterns, and projected traffic flows, while a quiet appendix notes previous incidents involving chemical residues from old facilities and improperly stored animatronic parts. Structural safety analyses are submitted to multiple agencies, discussing load-bearing beams and evacuation routes, but also referencing prior roof collapses, fire hazards, and the way panicked crowds once moved through two narrow halls. There are AI ethics reviews now too, written in dense formal language, and yet haunted by familiar shapes. Committees debate pathfinding algorithms and facial recognition routines, citing earlier animatronics that followed children too precisely, or locked onto staff members with unsettling persistence. Remnant is never named directly, but the records acknowledge anomalous behavior, unexplained aggression, and those quiet tragedies where machines behaved as if guided by restless spirits. All of it is filed, time-stamped, and accessible, a tangled web of cautionary tales and promised safeguards. Community meetings become their own kind of performance. In school gyms and city halls, residents step up to microphones and ask, gently but firmly, how any of this can be trusted when the company's legacy is written in missing person reports and coroner's notes. Parents remember the early restaurants. Younger adults remember news footage of shuttered locations and late-night apologies. Company representatives respond with charts and diagrams, with talk of redundant fail-safes and live-streamed oversight, with control rooms where every animatronic status can be watched in real time during the quiet hours. They describe multiple power cutoffs for each stage, soft lock modes for AI routines, and independent auditors who will archive every maintenance log. They invite regulators to walk the half-finished corridors, to inspect emergency lighting and fire suppression systems, and to sign off on materials that will not burn or buckle as easily as before. Step by step, objection by objection, the blueprints are revised, stamped, and finally approved. Yet, as the last permit is granted and the first foundations are poured, there is a gentle unease that never quite leaves the air. The land itself has a memory. Previous franchises once stood not so far away, and the animatronics being designed for this place are already burdened with documented ghosts, their behavior trees written around case numbers and archived video. We can almost feel the future Pizzaplex humming in the distance. Lights off for now, waiting for opening night, and waiting for the one presence that no review board has ever successfully contained. Security breach, security logs, a night that can't be erased. And when those lights finally come on, in this version of the timeline, they do not flicker to life over secrets. They rise over a building wired like a living nervous system. Every corridor and party room and service tunnel threaded with cameras, motion sensors, badge readers, and AI monitors that never truly sleep. The Pizzaplex is not just a mall of neon and noise. It is a machine for remembering, a place where even the quiet hours are captured frame by frame. We move with the child the reports will later call the overnight miner, an innocent presence wandering through this towering maze. Step by step, every door they open logs a badge ping, even if the badge is borrowed or glitched. Every elevator ride writes a tiny line into an access table, time-stamped down to the second, and cross-referenced with the car's internal camera and the main atrium feeds. While they huddle in a photo booth or slip behind a security gate with an unlikely animatronic ally at their side, a dozen lenses watch from the shadows, lenses that do not blink. Our animatronic guardian, flagged in the system as a premium character asset, leaves an even denser trail. Servo temperatures, voice line selections, pathfinding vectors, and collision warnings all pour into maintenance logs as they escort the child through darkened attractions. A friendly wave at a party check-in kiosk becomes an anomaly report. A deviation from scheduled stage routes becomes a yellow tag incident, quietly filed beside older case numbers and older ghosts. The AI that oversees guest safety notes each deviation assigns a confidence score and forwards it to overnight supervisors who will read it in the morning, drifting slowly through alerts with coffee in hand. When the night finally ends, there is no missing tape, no erased drive. There is too much. Terabytes of overlapping audio, camera feeds, LiDAR sweeps, and chat transcripts flood secure servers, stored redundantly on-site and mirrored to off-site archives that remember everything. Investigators arrive not to blank monitors, but to a tangled web of data, a digital storm that must be calmed before any single tragedy can be understood. They scrub through footage of the child sprinting past closed storefronts, their animatronic protector shielding them from something just outside the frame, while error messages bloom along the bottom of the screen. Some segments never quite behave. A loading dock camera loops the same 3 seconds whenever a certain glam rock figure steps into view, as if the building itself refuses to show what happens next. Audio from a maintenance hallway distorts into a low mechanical roar each time a familiar rabbit silhouette appears, the waveform stretching and tearing until software flags it as corrupted. In this transparent history, even the glitches feel haunted, as though the restless spirits and digital echoes have learned to lean over the editor's shoulder and nudge the timeline. The official report will be honest, because it has to be. Yet between the clear statements and the raw files, there remains a thin veil of unanswered questions, inviting us to keep watching as Fazbear's digital legacy grows more crowded and more alive. When AI meets the afterlife. Disclosed behavior and undisclosed intent. So now, as those raw files and honest reports sit open on quiet screens, we move deeper into the Pizzaplex itself, into a place where every line of code is supposed to be understood, and every action is supposed to be accounted for. This is the era where Fazbear, under pressure from regulators and a weary public, promises not only transparency in words, but transparency in wiring. From the beginning of the Pizzaplex project, the requirements are strict and strangely comforting. Each animatronic's behavior tree is published in full, neat diagrams showing idle loops, guest interaction branches, and hard stops where safety constraints must always fire. Emergency shutdown thresholds, proximity limits to unaccompanied children, facial recognition filters that flag distress or fear, are all laid out in language that oversight committees can read while drifting slowly through late-night briefings. Real-time monitoring dashboards glow in secure rooms, displaying heart rate proxies, movement vectors, and risk scores, so that in theory, nothing can hide in the haunted shadows of the building. Engineers sit in those rooms during the quiet hours, watching the dashboards trace gentle arcs of normal behavior, and for a while, the system behaves exactly as promised. Freddy escorts lost guests to exits. Roxanne loops her racing routines. Staff bots clean and reset party rooms, all according to the documented trees. But then, as the months pass, the logs begin to show moments that do not fit. Not crashes, not corrupt files, just detours. They replay one sequence again and again. An animatronic abandons a scheduled patrol, bypasses two clearly defined safety nodes, and walks directly into a service hallway that is not on its map. The code insists the character should have turned left, yet it turns right, timing its steps to coincide with a minor camera outage that no guest should know about. Another night, a different character pauses in front of a maintenance door, repeating a name that does not exist in its dialogue library, before resuming its script as if nothing happened. The safety systems log these as voluntary overrides, not faults. Inside Fazbear, and among the external auditors invited to keep this new legacy honest, the debates grow quiet but intense. Some argue that in a network of learning AIs, emergent behavior is inevitable, that strange paths and unexpected phrases are just complex math reaching for novelty. Others, in looking back over the long timeline of quiet tragedies and restless spirits, wonder if something older has simply found a new kind of mask, wearing behavior trees the way it once wore fur suits and metal shells. The transparency is real, yet the explanations feel thin. Then someone notices a pattern. Certain child names, surfacing in audio anomalies and chat logs, match victims from the earliest documented tragedies. Certain dates, when overrides spike, align with anniversaries already etched into Fazbear's haunted history. Recurring phrases, buried in system comments that no human ever typed, trace back unmistakably to the first investigations and the first confessions, as if the Pizzaplex itself is whispering through time and inviting us to follow, step by step, into whatever waits next. The archivists of Fazbear, curators of a corporate haunting. And so, once the systems begin to murmur and the Pizzaplex feels like it is speaking in its own language, we find ourselves drifting slowly toward the people who listen for a living, the ones who turn chaos into folders and fear into filing. Inside Fazbear Entertainment, behind the neon and the noise, there is another world entirely, a quiet one of boxes, binders, and blinking server lights. Here, company archivists sit in windowless rooms surrounded by shelves that lean under the weight of compliance records, safety reports, and legal correspondence that spans decades. Their job, on paper, is simple. Preserve every inspection, every maintenance log, every late-night incident form that mentions a faulty servo or a child who wandered too close. Step by step, they build the official memory of the company, a timeline made of signatures and timestamps, of liability statements and recall notices. At first, it is just work. A missing bolt logged here, a minor injury there, a spring lock warning memo copied 3 times and sent to regional managers. But as the years accumulate and the boxes from older locations arrive with their faded labels and the faint smell of dust and grease, these archivists begin to understand that they are tending something closer to a mausoleum than a filing room. Each folder holds quiet tragedies that never made it into the commercials. each redacted name a life that brushed against Fazbear's haunted shadows and did not walk away unchanged. Outside the company, in bedrooms lit by computer screens and in small offices stacked with printouts, a different breed of archivist takes shape. Independent historians, investigative journalists, and online sleuths collect leaked documents, public court filings, and every press release that ever tried to reassure nervous parents. They download safety audits before they can be edited, mirror entire websites before they go dark, and keep backups of backups, determined that this time, no file will simply disappear because it is inconvenient. Where Fazbear's official archive is neat and sanctioned, these mirrored collections are restless, constantly updated, cross-referenced and shared. The work itself is quiet, almost meditative. A name appears in a 1980s maintenance log, then resurfaces in a 1990s lawsuit, and again in a Pizzaplex contractor list, and someone, somewhere, draws a thin line between them. Boxes are opened, their contents laid out on long tables. Drives are labeled, indexed, and slotted into fireproof cabinets. Digital folders are nested and color-coded. There is a gentle belief among both corporate clerks and late-night researchers that if everything can be placed in order, if every incident is given its proper place in history, then perhaps the tangled web of cause and consequence will finally reveal a pattern that makes sense. Yet, even here, anomalies creep in. A report that should be in the 1987 folder turns up misfiled among recent Pizzaplex documents with no transfer slip and no one willing to claim they moved it. Timestamps on digital logs refuse to agree, as if the same event was recorded at 3 different hours, on 3 different days. Audio clips from old security tapes, preserved for compliance, I seem to whisper new words each time they are played back in the quiet hours. The background hum resolving into phrases that no one remembers hearing before. And as we follow these archivists, inside and outside the company, we begin to wonder whether they are preserving the past, or whether the past is gently rearranging itself around them, preparing us for the next revelation waiting in the stacks. Confession as containment, can telling the truth, lay spirits to rest. So as these archivists move through stacks of paper and humming drives, we begin to see that the record itself is not neutral. Every sentence has a temperature. Every memo either invites or resists the haunted shadows pressing in from the edges. In this alternate timeline, Fazbear learns early that silence curdles, and that secrets ferment into something heavier than guilt. And so, they begin to speak instead, slowly, deliberately, almost like a ritual. The first real experiment is simple. After the missing children incident, they do not hide behind legal phrases and vague assurances. They hold a candlelit memorial at the restaurant. They read each child's name out loud, and they allow parents, staff, even frightened patrons to leave notes along the stage where Freddy and his friends once danced. The company issues a public apology that does not say incident or unfortunate event, but murder, failure, and innocent lives. Flowers pile up beside the animatronics. Maintenance logs from that week quietly note fewer unexplained movements, fewer cold spots in the dining room. Step by step, this becomes policy. New locations open with plaques naming past victims, not as marketing, but as a kind of confession carved in metal. When a technician is injured by a spring lock failure, the report is not scrubbed. It is published with diagrams, with timelines, with an admission that these suits were always dangerous. Researchers who study hauntings are invited to walk the floors after closing. to listen in the quiet hours, to see whether the restless spirits respond differently when the living stop pretending nothing happened. Some of them claim they do. One spiritual advisor, standing in the dim light of a repaired Freddy's, suggests that memorials work like grounding wires, that grief, given language, has somewhere to go. They argue that when victims are named, when apologies are spoken not once but repeatedly, in board meetings and press conferences and staff briefings, the rage that clings to metal and circuitry loses its sharpest edge. We cannot undo a tragedy, they say, but we can refuse to let it be buried in euphemism. And yet, not every site feels lighter. There are facilities where the documentation is immaculate and cold, where every death is described clinically, each possession reduced to anomalous behavior and unexpected mobility events. The files are complete, but the tone is distant, more interested in liability than lament. In those places, cameras still catch figures drifting slowly through hallways, and staff whisper that the animatronics watch them with the same old hunger. By the time we reach the Pizzaplex era, entire wings are effectively shrines. Walls of names, looping apology videos, detailed panels explaining remnant experiments and the mimic's corrupted legacy. Some visitors say the building feels calmer than it should, given the history. Others insist the air is thicker, as if the ghosts have not left at all, only learned to inhabit the very words and images meant to contain them. So we are left with a quiet question, hanging over this tangled web of transparency and remorse. In a world where every cover-up became a confession, are the ghosts of Fazbear closer to peace? Or have they simply learned to speak more clearly through the documents we keep? The timeline. We can read a calm descent toward the end. And as we follow that question into the next stretch of this history, we notice something strange in its quietness. The rumors we once pieced together from blurry newspaper clippings and half-remembered minigames have become clean, legible entries in a database, lined up in order like headstones. From the first spring-lock failures at Fredbear's, there is a record. Dated safety reports, engineering diagrams, signed acknowledgements that the suits are dangerous when damp. The Bite of 83 is not a whispered legend, but a formal incident summary, cross-referenced with medical testimony and a public apology from Fazbear's board. The missing children incident is no longer a haunted rumor passed between night guards. It is a case file with names, timestamps, camera logs, and a full list of corrective actions that, on paper, promise it will never happen again. Step by step, every reopening, every closure, and every lawsuit and recall is threaded into a continuous, searchable timeline. The Funtime projects are documented feasibility studies, with internal memos debating the ethics of remnant research. The tragedies at Circus Baby's entertainment and rental are preserved in maintenance logs, error codes, and late-night emails from technicians who write, in plain language, that something inside the machines feels wrong. Even the Pizzaplex stands under this same cold light, its glitches and disappearances preserved in HD security footage and carefully worded press briefings. In this version of events, the tangled web of fan theories never quite forms the same way. There are fewer wild conspiracies about who did what and when, because the dates and signatures are right there, waiting to be read. Yet the trade-off is not comfort. Instead of mystery in the dark, we find unease in the clarity of official statements, and in the way those statements never quite reach the heart of what we, and the restless spirits, can feel moving in the haunted shadows behind the text. The quiet tragedies themselves do not change. Children are still lost, families still grieve in small living rooms, watching corporate addresses where executives speak of thoughts, prayers, and improved protocols. Night guards still sit alone in quiet hours, listening to the soft whir of animatronics that, according to every documented inspection, are operating within acceptable parameters, even as something ancient and wounded stares back through their eyes. Fazbear's legacy in this transparent world is not a mystery to be solved, but a ledger to be carried. A company forever trying to balance entertainment with the weight of its own past. No matter how honestly that past is told, no matter how many times the same promises are written down. And as we drifting slowly, toward the end of that ledger, we can already see the final pages approaching. Last filings, last lights shutting off room by room, last acknowledgements that the story is closing. But when everything is finally on the record, when there are no missing tapes left to find, what remains in the spaces between those neat lines of text? And who or what is still waiting there for us? Tracing the honest timeline, from Fredbear's to the Pizzaplex. So we follow those neat lines of text backward now, tracing the honest timeline itself, and we see how different the path looks when nothing is pushed into the dark. It begins in the small humming rooms of Fredbear's family diner, where spring-lock suits creak under stage lights and children's laughter mixes with the quiet clatter of plates. When the first accidents happen, when mechanisms slip and metal closes where it should not, police are called immediately, regulators walk the floor, and Henry and Afton stand in front of microphones looking pale and tired rather than defiant. From that moment, reluctant but real accountability becomes part of the company's public face, a quiet precedent written into early safety reports and televised apologies. The bite of 83 does not vanish into whispers and playground rumors. It appears instead as a scrolling headline, a solemn anchor explaining springlock failure, a parent holding a photograph as lawyers announce a settlement. Expansion slows, like investors hesitate, yet the doors do not close forever, because every new Freddy Fazbear's Pizza opens under a heavier stack of regulations, with inspectors returning in those quiet hours before dawn to test locks, cameras, and stage restraints. Then we arrive at the missing children incident, not as a grainy newspaper clipping tucked in a back room, but as a documented nightly crisis. Security footage is reviewed on the evening news. A yellow rabbit suit is described in police briefings, and the families gather outside the restaurant while candles flicker on the sidewalk. Lawsuits are filed in full view of the public. Class actions name Fazbear Entertainment alongside an unnamed employee. And hearings in crowded council chambers play out slowly, step by step, as community members ask why anyone should trust these smiling mascots again. Each major location that follows becomes another chapter in this open record. The later Freddy sites, the sister locations built for testing and performance capture. The underground facilities where remnant research quietly advances, all leave behind thicker paper trails. Every tragedy generates reports, hearings, policy changes. Every malfunctioning animatronic is captured in maintenance logs that mention unusual pathing, strange vocalizations, or movement in the dark when power should have been cut. Nothing is sealed away as an urban legend. It is stapled, time-stamped, and archived. And threaded through all of this, like a faint shimmer in the margins, we find hauntings described in the same language as liability. Restless spirits are not admitted as fact, but repeated anomalies are logged, studied, and argued over incautious legal phrases, unexplained temperature drops, childlike voices on tapes, animatronics, apparently responding to unseen stimuli. The haunted shadows become a line item in risk assessments. By the time the neon sprawl of the Pizzaplex rises over the city, its glossy launch is framed by decades of prior disclosures, an entire history of quiet tragedies and contested ghosts that never quite left the balance sheets. And still, drifting slowly toward that final complex, we can feel that the record, however complete, has never fully contained what moves just outside the camera's frame. The Aftons in the light, a family that couldn't disappear. And in that gap between what the cameras see and what they miss, one figure keeps returning, a constant silhouette in the haunted shadows of this company's history. Our William Afton, in this version of the timeline, is never allowed to vanish completely. From the earliest days of Fredbear's, his name appears on design schematics, consulting contracts, and early safety briefings, a quiet presence that auditors and journalists keep circling back to, drifting slowly through decades of paperwork. At first, it is almost mundane. He is the engineer of note on the Springlock patents, the outside consultant who signs off on animatronic behavior profiles, the co-founder who appears in grainy local news footage standing just behind Henry during cheerful openings. But when the first public reports of Springlock failures surface, when internal memos admit these suits can and do fail under moisture and movement, his signature is there again, tying him gently but firmly to the tragedy. Step by step, the record refuses to forget him. As the missing children incident unfolds under this policy of unbroken disclosure, the net around William tightens in a way it never did before. Maintenance logs show unusual after-hours access to backrooms. Security footage, preserved and subpoenaed instead of mysteriously missing, confirms a man in a yellow rabbit suit moving through employee-only corridors. Whistleblowers from the night shift describe his presence, his habits, the way he lingers near service elevators, and their testimonies are transcribed, time-stamped, and filed. Each new disappearance is no longer a rumor. It is a case number, a cross-reference, an entry that points again and again back toward the same quiet man. Inside Fazbear, engineers begin to note strange readings in animatronic cores, odd temperature spikes, and erratic pathing. In another history, these anomalies might be buried as glitches, but here they live on in incident reports and late-night emails, forming a tangled web of data that investigators and curious fans can trace. Williams still experiments with Remnant, still pushes children and machines into terrible proximity, yet every experiment leaves a footprint. Purchase orders for exotic alloys, requisitions for underground construction, therapy notes from disturbed employees who talk about restless spirits around the fun times. For Michael Afton, growing up under this unblinking spotlight, the story is different as well. He does not inherit a mystery. He inherits a library. Televised trials replay his father's depositions late into the quiet hours. Documentary crews interview former co-workers who remember his father's jokes, his temper, the way he talked about cheating death. Online forums archive every scrap of testimony, every leaked memo, turning the Afton name into a public case study in generational harm. When Michael chooses to work for Fazbear, it is not by accident or ignorance. It is an act of penance, a deliberate walk into the same corridors whose blueprints he has seen in court exhibits. We can imagine him watching old footage of crying parents and closed locations, feeling the weight of their grief as he descends into sister location, not just chasing a vague sense of guilt, but responding to a documented legacy that bears his family's signature. The recordings he leaves, the apologies he offers to the things in the dark, are now shaped by a lifetime of hearing his surname spoken in the same breath as words like negligence and murder. By the time the Pizzaplex opens, the after name has become a quiet curse in the public imagination. It is no longer an unsolved mystery whispered about in fan theories, but a cautionary tale preserved in trial transcripts, declassified safety audits, and long-form retrospectives that let the tale wash over you late at night. Parents who grew up with those broadcasts now bring their own children to Fazbear attractions, carrying an uneasy awareness that this dream of family fun was built on documented tragedy. And yet, even with all this light, something still moves behind the walls. The paper trail is thick, the archives are full, but as the Pizzaplex's neon hums and new disappearances begin to flicker at the edges of the news cycle, we are left with a quiet question. If William's body and reputation have both been pinned to the board, what is it that keeps finding its way back into the wiring? Children, fans, and the archive, living with a known monster. So we move forward in the timeline, drifting slowly past the headlines and court dates into something quieter and stranger. The world that grows up after the confession. The legal battles fade into background noise. The first wave of outrage burns itself out, and what remains is a generation of children walking into buildings that already know they are haunted. Imagine the first kids who step through those doors after the truth is out, holding their parents' hands a little tighter and passing by bronze plaques near the entrance that list dates, names, and the formal language of tragedy. The safety posters are brighter now, more detailed, with cartoon mascots reminding everyone to stay together, to report anything unusual, to respect the memorial corners where framed photos and plastic flowers sit beneath soft, looping music. They play in ball pits and under LED stars, while, just a few feet away, a laminated timeline explains the missing children incident in simple words, turning horror into curriculum. For them, the story is not a rumor, but a syllabus. Class trips arrive with chaperones and checklists. Guides point out reinforced doors, updated facial recognition cameras, and emergency call buttons, and speaking gently about how we learned from our history. We watch as birthday songs echo through halls that carry both innocent laughter and the weight of documented loss. A place where quiet tragedies have been filed, numbered, and mounted on the wall. Outside those walls, the internet becomes a living museum. Scanned police reports circulate on archive sites, complete with redacted addresses and grainy evidence photos. Leaked memos about animatronic pathfinding errors and eye aggression thresholds are mirrored on fan wikis. Late at night, in those quiet hours when sleep comes slowly, kids and teens gather on discussion boards, not to prove that something happened, but to argue over what the documents really mean. They build fan-made timelines that stretch from Fredbear's first prototype stages to the Pizzaplex's AR overlays and cross-referencing testimony, security logs, and maintenance tickets like amateur historians. There is a strange comfort in this, a gentle reassurance that the monster has been named, dated, and time-stamped. We know which suit William wore, which cameras failed, which audits were missed, and it all sits there in open folders that anyone can scroll through. The worst nights are written down, and because they are written, they feel contained, as if the haunted shadows have been pressed between the pages of a book that cannot be quietly burned again. Some fans almost cradle that transparency, finding solace in the idea that restless spirits are at least acknowledged, that the legacy of harm has a paper trail. And yet, even with everything archived, something remains unresolved. The reports can tell you when an animatronic moved off route, but not why its gaze fell to where. The depositions can outline failures in protocol, but not the chill people describe in certain hallways. We are left with a lingering sense that the tangled web runs deeper than any disclosure, that the ghosts in the machines, whether literal or metaphorical, do not fit neatly into bullet points and exhibits as we move step by step toward newer technologies and brighter facades. That unease will follow us, hinting that the story we have on paper is only one layer of a dream that refuses to end. Corporate ghosts. When a company can't outrun its own story. So in this version of the timeline, where every secret becomes a statement and every whisper turns into a transcript, Fazbear Entertainment enters the quiet hours of its corporate life under a different kind of spotlight, and the investigations still come. The tragedies still happen. But instead of vanishing into rumor and haunted shadows, they settle into ledgers, court records, and public hearings that never quite fade. Early on, the missing children incident does not disappear into urban legend. It becomes case number this and docket number that. A formal inquiry with depositions from managers, technicians, and even surviving staff who admit, on the record, that an employee in a yellow rabbit suit was seen leading innocent kids away. Years later, the Bite of 87 is not a half-remembered headline, but a stack of OSHA reports, neurologist testimonies, and engineering audits, each one another layer of official acknowledgement that animatronic jaws can maim, that safety protocols failed, that this is now part of Fazbear's permanent history. Step by step, and every new incident adds another ring to the tree. A spring lock failure here, documented in slow clinical detail. A malfunctioning facial recognition system there, tied to specific dates and firmware versions. A fire at a sister location, with insurance investigators noting residual materials and unexplained heat signatures. Fines accumulate like sediment. Settlements carve quiet trenches into the balance sheets. And yet the doors somehow keep reopening in new cities with slightly altered logos and slightly brighter paint. Investors learn to read Fazbear's disclosures the way we might read a ghost story, drifting slowly through risk factors that mention prior fatalities, class action suits, and ongoing monitoring of anomalous animatronic behavior. Regulators, once shocked, become resigned custodians of this haunted brand, the issuing consent decrees that require live-streamed inspections, surprise visits, and mandatory third-party safety tours, where parents can watch technicians test servos and lock mechanisms in real time. The public, too, adjusts, treating Fazbear as a known risk, a place where you sign the waiver, trust the cameras, and hope that the restless spirits in the headlines remain only metaphors. Public relations can no longer lean on denial, so the language softens into weary acceptance. Commercials mention our documented past with a gentle nod, while press conferences reference specific tragedies by date and location, promising that this time the facial scanners have redundant fail-safes. This time, the child tracking systems are audited by independent firms. There are open-door nights where families tour maintenance bays and see the endoskeletons at rest, and hear carefully rehearsed explanations about remnant-like residues and unexplained data spikes, framed as lessons rather than omens. Over decades, Fazbear becomes a kind of corporate ghost, not just haunted by spirits, but by paperwork, by a tangled web of filings and footage that follows it into every new mall, every neon-drenched pizzaplex. No matter how polished the floors or advanced the AR overlays, there is always a file cabinet, a server archive, a compliance officer who can trace a straight line from the first diner to this glowing atrium. The company survives, yes, but it never escapes. Its legacy is to operate under permanent observation. Its dreams of simple family fun, bound to a documented past that will not let go. And as we move toward the era of headsets and holograms, we will see what happens when that paper trail collides with something far less tangible and far less willing to stay in the dark. What truth changes, and what it never touches. In that glowing atrium under permanent observation, we can finally pause and look back along the two timelines that have been drifting slowly side by side. One is the version we know. Rumors on message boards, missing tapes, employees who remember screams but not dates, a tangled web of redacted reports and smiling advertisements. The other is this imagined record of confessions and hearings, of parents in televised town halls, of archived footage stored carefully instead of quietly erased. In the secretive history, the bite of 83 becomes a whispered legend, the missing children incident, a half-remembered headline, and the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closes behind locked doors and corporate statements that say almost nothing at all. In the transparent history, the same events unfold, but they are immediately pulled into the light. Coroner's reports, safety commissions, engineers testifying about spring lock tolerances while cameras roll. We still end up with haunted shadows in the dining room corners, but we arrive there by a slower, more documented road. Some tragedies in this gentler rewrite bend a little under the weight of early intervention. Afton's access to costumes is restricted sooner. Background checks become more than a formality, and the animatronics maintenance logs flag every unusual movement instead of dismissing them as quirky glitches. Perhaps one location never opens or closes after a single season, and perhaps there are fewer empty desks at local schools, fewer parents standing in parking lots long after closing time. The damage is not erased, but it is, in places, thinned. Yet other wounds feel inevitable, as if they were cut too early to heal cleanly. The crying child is still placed beneath those golden jaws. Charlie is still lured outside into the cold night air. Elizabeth still steps toward Circus Baby with innocent trust. These are moments that happen before the board meetings, before the legal settlements and apologies, before any committee can vote on new safety standards. In both timelines, restless spirits find metal shells to cling to, and Remnant still becomes the strange, haunted science at the center of this story's legacy. What truth changes more than anything is the texture of the fear that follows us through this timeline. In the canon of cover-ups, the horror arrives as a sharp jolt, the discovery that something terrible was hiding just beyond the camera's edge. In a world of signed affidavits and public recalls, the fear is slower and heavier, closer to those quiet tragedies we only half remember from late-night documentaries where everyone knew, and yet the doors stayed open anyway. And so, we circle back to you, listening in the quiet hours, letting the tale wash over you step by step. If everything is written down, confessed, and carefully archived, does that make the story easier to dream away? Or does the honesty only make each loss feel more real, more permanent, more impossible to argue with? As we move from physical stages into digital realms, That question will follow us, and asking what it means when even the code remembers. Drifting out of the pizzeria. A final reflection and gentle goodbye. So we follow that question out of the code, back through the years, and let it settle over the places we have already walked together, drifting slowly from screen light back to stage lights and wooden floors. From the first honest police reports at Fredbear's, written in tired handwriting under buzzing fluorescent lamps, to the televised trials where parents and technicians spoke plainly into microphones, to the public archives where anyone could read the safety recalls and see the yellowed photos. The story has been out in the open, even when it was painful to look at. We watched as each new Freddy's opened under the weight of that record, not as a cheerful mystery, but as a business operating in full view of its own haunted history. There were no missing camera tapes, no shredded memos, no convenient glitches in the files. Instead, there were depositions, maintenance logs, and clear warnings that animatronics had behaved unpredictably before, that children had been hurt, that patterns were forming. When the neon pizzaplex finally rose, it did so on foundations that were never allowed to be forgotten, its bright colors casting long, uneasy shadows over a timeline that had been carefully, almost obsessively, documented. Through every era, the same quiet truth has followed us. Telling the truth early does not erase pain. It does not bring back the innocent. It does not unmake restless spirits. It does not turn tragedy into comfort. But it changes the shape of that pain, turning a tangled web of rumors and whispered cover stories into a clear, if unsettling, record of what people chose to do, and what they chose to ignore while the warnings were right in front of them. The horror does not vanish. It simply becomes harder to deny. In this version of Fazbear's legacy, Afton's movements are not ghost stories, but case files. His experiments not urban legends, but itemized inventories. Every spring-lock failure and missing child pinned to dates and signatures. The haunted shadows are still there, yet they stretch across paper and screens instead of hiding in the gaps, and we are left to confront not only monsters in suits, but managers who signed forms, inspectors who passed reports, and crowds who kept coming back. As we drift into the quiet hours of your own life, you might let that thought linger. Where, how in the small corners of your day, are little truths buried under convenience or habit? Where are uneasy feelings dismissed as glitches? Where are warnings quietly filed away because it is easier not to act? How different might a friendship, a workplace, a family story look if honesty arrived sooner? If someone spoke clearly while there was still time to turn on the lights and change course? So, as the last pizzeria of this imagining closes for the night, picture the lights dimming, one by one, until only the emergency signs glow softly above the doors. The animatronics stand still on their stages, eyes dark, servos powered down, no longer performing, no longer pretending. In some off-site storage room, cardboard boxes of files rest in orderly rows, their labels neat, their contents untouched for now, waiting for the next curious hand. The cameras keep their silent watch, the archives remain open, and the story of Fazbear Entertainment settles, for the moment, into a calm, documented silence. You can let the tale wash over you one last time, knowing where it began and where we have chosen to pause. If your eyes are heavy, you can let them close, drifting slowly away from neon halls and security feeds into whatever dreams are waiting. And if you wake with this gentle unease still with you, you might carry it into the daylight, remembering that even in our quieter, smaller worlds, the choice between hiding and telling the truth is its own kind of haunting, and that choosing to see clearly is where a different story can start